Chapter 13 of One Thing Needful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One Thing Needful by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 13. And there in a net his heart was holden. The return of Mr. Nestorius enlivened the tea meeting in the spacious library, where deepening shadows softened the dazzle of golden colour into a harmonious blending of many tints, just as half a dozen faces, photographed rapidly one upon the other, produce a combination face of greater beauty than the handsomest of the six. Mr. Nestorius was not a man who overwhelmed either the house or the salon with floods of talk. He was not one to say with Gambetta, "Je les ai submergés," but he talked well, and voice and conversation together had a rare and potent charm for feminine hearers. Lady Carminal handed him his teacup with a caressing smile. "We have been perfectly wretched without you," she said. "It is worth all the pangs of absence to hear such a confession," he answered, giving smile for smile, as he seated himself on a creepy stool at her elbow. "And that is how you gratify your vanity at the cost of our suffering," she answered laughingly, perfectly aware that Lashmore was admiring her from his stand in front of the fireplace, where he made one in a trinity of shooters. No one could deny that she was lovely. The ivory and blush rose tints of her complexion were set off by a tea gown of sea-green plush, with artfully introduced touches of coral pink, gleaming here and there amidst the green, and even the little foot in its coral stocking and sea-green slipper was a point in the picture, poised lightly on the dark red velvet hassock. The flowing folds of plush just defined the perfect curves of the somewhat ample form. A sensuous beauty, perhaps, but are not goddesses sensuous, save indeed Lady Sophia's prototype, the huntress Diana, who was never known to make herself agreeable to anybody, and who avenged herself for her much vaunted celibacy by killing other people's children. Yes, Lashmar's admiring eyes recognized that perfection of earthly loveliness, the charm of delicate colouring, the flowing lines and gracious curves, the alabaster wrist and long Titianesque hand fluttering lightly over the low round table with the vermilion tea tray and ivory and gold cups and saucers. Could any woman be lovelier or fitter to reign over such a house as Lashmar Castle, or to bring life and light into that dingy old barrack in Grosvenor Square, which required at least £1,500 expended upon decoration and sanitary improvement before it would be habitable? She was rich, too rich, and very rich, and this was an important consideration to a nobleman who had 5 farms unlet out of 13, and whose 8 tenants were all in a complaining vein. The Lashmar rent-roll had been diminishing ever since Hubert's death, and although Lord Lashmar had other resources and might be considered a rich man, there is always an idea of poverty in any diminution of income, while if Mr. Nestorius and his brood were ever to get the upper hand again, the war against the landed proprietor would doubtless be renewed with redoubled vigour. Assuredly Lady Carminal's wealth was not an attraction which any man in the present day could afford to ignore or to despise. Lashmar was not in love with her, but he began to think that he had been very much in love with her in the days that were gone, and that he was beginning to drift that way again. Perhaps he thought so all the more this afternoon when he saw Nestorius seated at her elbow, Nestorius, who, albeit 55 years of age, had more than the charm of youth, whose voice had ever been as music in woman's ear. The most dangerous man in England, thought Lashmar, all the more because he looked so thoroughly respectable. Lashmar told himself that Lady Carmagnole had made up her mind to take a second husband, and that if she did not marry him she would inevitably marry Nestorius. I cannot allow her to go over to the Opposition, he thought, and he went across to the low round table, found another creepy stool, and seated himself opposite Mr. Nestorius, who seemed to be making himself mightily agreeable. Mrs. Vavasour, also in a tea gown, something Japanese and fantastical, with a cloud of gauzy écru lace about her throat and chin, had her little knot of admirers, among whom were Mr. Ponsonby, the barrister, and the pompous old rector, who had called Stella his Reynolds child, and had forgotten her existence afterwards. This gentleman often dropped into tea at the castle, and dined there whenever he was asked. He loved smart people, and he liked to hear himself talk. Mr. Vavasour was discussing the lines of an intended novel with Lady Sophia, who, on the strength of her connection with the Sunday Swashbuckler, considered herself quite a literary person. "And your plot? Tell me your plot," she asked eagerly. "Plot, my dear soul? Nothing so démodé as a novel with a plot nowadays. We leave plot to the men who write melodramas for the Adelphi. The old incidents shaken up in the old bag, and tumbling out haphazard in acts or chapters. Nothing of that kind for me, Lady Sophia. My novel is a novel of character. My chief incidents, well, a little look in the twilight, eyes meeting eyes across the deck of a steamer off Alexandria, or in a church at Venice, an angry word in the second volume, a fan dropped and picked up in the third. Those are the three central points, the three piers of my bridge. For the rest, touch and go, Lady Sophia, all touch and go. Wit, satire, sentiment, introspection, self-communing, sparkle and play of words, lighter than thistledown." "Your books are delicious," murmured Lady Sophia, who did not care a straw for any novel without murder, arson, and bigamy. "But I have sometimes thought that if you would, just for once in a way, make your heroine poison her father, or your hero drown his wife, it would be nice. Even in Daniel Deronda, now, which is such a very superior book, there is drowning." "The one blot upon a great work, my dear Lady Sophia," said the fashionable novelist, coiling up. "I read that chapter twice over. Grandcourt and Gwendolen are too lovely. I always like the wicked people best." "There should be no wicked people in a book. No positive blacks and whites, only delicate tertiaries. You don't meet wicked people in society. Most women have no characters at all. It is those no character people who are so difficult to depict, and it is in painting them that the novelist shows himself a master of his art. Dickens's people and Thackeray's people are the broadest caricatures. Pecksniff, Becky Sharp, the brothers Cheeryble, Colonel Newcome, Dobbs, my dear lady, Dobbs as coarse and glaring as the pictures of the fat woman and the living skeleton outside a booth, when tried by the standard of modern excellence." Stimulated by the idea of rivalry, Lord Lashmar threw a shade of tenderness into his talk with Lady Carmagnole across the teacups, which was very pleasant to the lady. She was quite as much in love with him as it was in her nature to be in love with any man. She had never forgotten her girlish flirtation with him, or the sweet things that he had said, sweet, meaningless little speeches which charmed her without altogether compromising him. She had never forgiven him for his desertion, but anger was latent, not active. She was ready to forgive him directly, to forgive and to adore him to her utmost capacity for adoration. Would he but return to his allegiance, throw himself at her feet, and own her as the mistress of his soul. "Surely I am good enough even for him," she said to herself. This afternoon there was a shade of tenderness in Lashmar's voice and manner, which seemed to her like the first note of subjection. He had struggled against her power, and now he was beginning to yield. Those beautiful azure eyes of hers looked smilingly into his full, of promise. She was his to take when he pleased, a rose in fullest bloom and beauty that he might wear on his breast only for the gathering. And how could he doubt that if he did not pluck the rose some wiser man would? He drew his creepy stool a little nearer to the fair tea-maker, bringing clay bespattered corduroy in contact with the lights and shadows of sea-green plush, silken shining folds that reflected the glow of the burning logs yonder. "What have you been doing all day?" he asked. "Nothing. Do you know that Lashmar is the abode of dullness for your lady visitors? While you men are all shooting pheasants, I felt tempted to drive over to Broome and take my afternoon tea at a coffee palace, and hear the operatives talk politics, just to get a sensation of some kind, so weary was I of this castle of indolence. But as I couldn't do that, I walked over to the Hall, and had a chat with mother, who insisted upon my going to look at some unhappy beasts that are being educated up to the next cattle show, with oil cake and all sorts of abominations. And then my poor mother began to cry, and said that the Shorthorns reminded her of my father, not because of any likeness, but because prize cattle were one of his fads, don't you know? And she is taken to all his fads, out of reverence for his memory. She pretends to be keen upon getting prizes, though I know she pities the animals, and doesn't care a straw for the fuss and glorification of the thing. I hurried across the field to be in time for tea, and oh, by the by, Mr. Nestorius, I saw you walking in the park with Lady Lashmar's reading girl." Nestorius flushed ever so slightly, with a vexed air. "Yes, I met Miss Boldwood in the park. Is that your idea of meeting? To my eye, you seem to be walking with her. But then I am ridiculously short-sighted. I had met her. I turned back, and at the moment you saw us, I was walking with her. Will that do, Lady Carmagnole?" "It will do very well indeed, so long as Miss Boldwood is not spoiled by such distinguished notice." "Were you telling my brother's protégé the result of your experiments upon those papers?" asked Lashmar. "No, but I will show you the result this evening, if you like," answered Nestorius coolly. "Is it a startling result? Does my mother's dependent turn out to be a princess in disguise? We have not got so far as that, but there is quite enough in the transcription of those papers to interest you, and to assure you that Boldwood's wife was something better than a gipsy." "I am prepared to be interested," said Lashmar, with a contemptuous air, as if he thought the whole thing a farce, and Nestorius's enthusiasm a sign of approaching senility. "Why not produce the papers at once? They might interest Lady Carmagnole, who complains that I provide no amusement for my lady guests. The records of the dead, of a broken heart, perhaps, are hardly to be discussed at a tea-table. I'll bring them to the library to-night, when the evening's frivolities are over, and you and I can look through them quietly before we go to bed." "As you please," answered Lashmar. "You are the master of the situation. Do you know Spanish?" "Hardly a word of it." "Then I am master of the situation, for the transcriptions are all in Spanish, and I shall have to translate them to you." It was 11:30 when Nestorius and Lashmar went to the library, the former carrying a little portfolio with the papers he had brought from London. The evening had been livelier than usual, and Lashmar had hardly left Lady Carmagnole's side, to the delight of his mother, who watched the two from her armchair by the fireplace, where she sat in a kind of semi-royal state, with Mrs. Mulciber for her lady-in-waiting. Yes, it was coming at last, the realization of that long-cherished dream of hers. She would see Job Danebrook's estate united to the Lashmar acres, to say nothing of that much larger fortune in the shape of funded property, which the ironmaster had laid up for himself before he retired from business. She would see her beloved son attached to his ancestral home by the ties of domesticity, his stake in the country trebled, his social and political importance extended by increased wealth. And Clarisse, the creature whom she had moulded to her own liking, would be her daughter, yes, daughter in love as well as in law. She would hold her son's wife as a daughter, she whom no girl child had ever called mother. Mr. Nestorius seated himself near a reading lamp, and opened his portfolio. "First, let me restore the original papers," he said, handing Lashmar a packet. "They are there, unreadable to the ordinary eye. You will keep them in trust for Stella. Here are the copies. 4 are love letters, pure and simple, written by the future Mrs. Boldwood to her husband. The 5th and last is from Mrs. Boldwood's father, and is dated 2 years after the date of the other 4, and was written, as I understand it, just before Stella's birth. It is a letter that may have helped to bring about the mother's untimely death. "Will you be good enough to read them to me?" asked Lashmar, hating himself for never having learned Spanish. Such an easy language, too, a mongrel tongue, half French and half Latin, a language he could have acquired in a fortnight. He had scampered through the peninsula, allowing his courier to do all the talking for him, and he had come to 27 years of age without having read Cervantes in the original. And now he had to sit like a schoolboy and let that universal genius, Nestorius, expound these letters to him. "Nyum, nyum, nyum," began the statesman, murmuring gibberish as he ran his eye over the page. "Perhaps it is hardly worth your while to hear the love letters. Such things are always alike." "I will have every word," answered Lashmar. "If you don't read them, I shall think you don't know Spanish." "That is a challenge," said Nestorius, "so here goes." He cleared his throat and began. "Alas, dear one, I know not where or when I can hope to meet you again. Not in the church or on the way to church. It is too dangerous. Nita never leaves me, and I had hard work to prevent her telling my father of our last meeting. I will be in the garden between 7 and 9 o'clock every evening. If there might be a chance that way, it would be so sweet to see you again, just for a few minutes by the little door, while Nita has gone into the house on some errand. You know how watchful she is, and how she always brings her sewing out into the garden to sit with me. There is so little for her to do in the house of an evening. My father is almost always out of doors, at his club or with his friends. How can you talk of your shabby coat, dearest? Do you think I value people for their coats? And if you are ever so poor now, you, who are so clever, are sure to be rich some day. Or if you are always poor, it will make no difference to me. Nita says my father has a large fortune, but I have never seen any sign of riches in our house. We have no fine furniture, or plate, or jewels, only the things that my great-grandfather had before the Peninsular War. We have all we want, but no more. If you could only see my father and talk to him and get his consent to our marriage, I should be the happiest girl in Madrid. Yours everlastingly, Inez." The next letter was more impassioned, and glanced at past meetings, at vows interchanged. The next again was a still wilder outpouring of the girl's all-confiding love. No more talk of the father's consent. All was surrendered to the lover. "Whatever may be your fate, I will share it. I will go with you to the end of the world." A second suitor had appeared, of noble family, wealthy, middle-aged, favored by the father. The girl shrank from him with loathing, flung herself into the arms of her out-at-elbows Englishman. "Take me away from them, dearest," she pleaded, "or my father will make me marry that man. He raged with anger when I told him that there was someone else I cared for. He swore he would lock me up till my wedding day. Take me away, Juan. Make me safely your wife before he can lock me up. No, dearest, I am not afraid of poverty with you." The last of the 4 letters was the briefest, arranging a rendezvous which was to end in an elopement. Then, after an interval of 2 years, came the father's letter, brief, icy, incisive. "You chose your own path in defiance of me. You may keep to it. Whether it leads you to the gutter or to the grave is of no matter to me. You disobeyed and you deceived me for the sake of an English adventurer. You have your recompense in your adventurer's love. You say that he is still devoted, and that by the labor of his hands he earns your daily bread. You are better off than you have any right to expect to be. You, the disobedient, deceitful daughter. You tell me that a child will soon be born to you, and that you would win my forgiveness for yourself, and bespeak my love for that unborn child. I answer you that I have plucked you out of my heart, that you are for me neither loved nor hated, but non-existent. As for your unborn child, there is no beggar's brat about to be spawned in the alleys of this city whose birth will be more indifferent to me. X.O. These initials were the only signature. The only address was Madrid. Difficult to trace the writer by such indications. "Are the language and orthography those of an educated person?" asked Lashmar. "Undoubtedly. And the date would agree with that of Stella's birth. Then we may dismiss the idea of a gipsy origin." "I think so. This XO may have belonged to the professional or the commercial classes. There is nothing in the girl's letters to imply that her people were noble, and indeed her father's eagerness to marry her to a suitor of good birth indicates that such a marriage would have been promotion. And this vindictive father is perhaps the original of the miniature. Most likely, answered Nestorius, closing his portfolio. The costume is that of 25 to 30 years ago. The Spanish girl's elopement with an Englishman must have occasioned some talk at the time, even in so large a place as Madrid, and by careful inquiry one might find out all about the business, I take it. Very likely, but the game is not worth the candle. This vindictive old wretch has positively renounced his granddaughter. Nothing would be gained by unearthing him. Who knows? 19 years may have made a considerable difference in his feelings. If he is still alive, a lonely, miserable old man, he might be very glad to acknowledge the granddaughter of whom he wrote in such brutal terms. My dear Nestorius, it is so like you to see the thing in that rosy light. You have but to take up an idea, to be interested in a question, and that fiery spirit of yours breathes around it and wraps it in a luminous atmosphere in which all outline is lost. How much more likely that the old brute is dead and rotten, or if alive, so much the more a brute by the passage of those 19 years. Anyhow, I shall not turn sleuth-hound and hunt him. What are you going to do with those copies? Keep them. They can have no interest for you. They can have none for you, as they are in a language you don't understand. I'm on the point of taking up Spanish. It has always been a reproach to me that I'm not able to read Don Quixote in the original. I'll give you a translation of these letters, and keep the Spanish for my pains. Upon my soul, one would think you were smitten by that girl of my brother's. I'm not smitten by her, but I am deeply interested in her fate. Good night. Good night, answered Lashmore moodily. There's something particularly exasperating about that man, he said to himself as he lighted his candle. I should like to know whether he is or is not in love with Lady Carmagnole. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of One Thing Needful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One Thing Needful by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 14. She took me to her elfin grot. After that evening, Lashmore yielded himself to the allurements of Circe in the person of Lady Carmagnole, with less reserve than he had shown hitherto, and in proportion as his attentions grew more marked, Clarisse became more enchanting. She had been piqued by his coldness. There was a smothered anger in her mind, linked with the memory of past ill-treatment. He could only atone to her by utter subjugation, by lying at her feet, as it were, her slave. And now it seemed to her that he was subjugated, and she began to forgive him. The consciousness of triumph became her. That splendid nullity of hers began to assume life and colour. Lady Carmagnole grows in beauty every day, said Nestorius, who was a connoisseur in loveliness and could admire 100 women without giving his heart to one. He had married early in life, married above him, gaining wealth and social status by his marriage. He had been an excellent husband to a somewhat silly wife. He had nursed her when she was sick and buried her as became them both, and now he was free to choose another wife where he pleased. It seemed to the people who envied or hated him as if he could have had the choice of old England, so devoted were English women to him whom so many Englishmen loved. Yes, she is superbly handsome, answered Lashmore, but I don't think she is your style. You prefer something more original, Fenella, for instance, or Mignon, or that pale girl with the large eyes, my mother's amanuensis. Your mother's amanuensis is not half so handsome as Lady Carmagnole, but you admire her more. She is more interesting. To me, yes. To me she is positively repellent. There's something impish about her. I should have detested Fenella, a dumb creature with monkeyish tricks, leaping over banisters and always turning up unexpectedly in odd places. And Mignon is worse, for she is more disreputable. This girl reminds me of both. She is like neither. Those two were all passion. This one is all intellect. They had coarse, undisciplined natures. She has a grand, calm soul, steadfast and strong, and self-respecting. That is to say, she would not leap over banisters or dance upon eggs. She has fiery blood in her veins, for all her calmness of soul, the blood of the fiercest demagogue who ever stirred the lambs of Brum to rapine and revolt. The blood of her runaway Spanish mother, too, all quicksilver. Beware of her, Nestorius. I will beware for her, not of her. Guard her from evil if I can, but never fear evil from her. Hear him, ye gods! Exclaimed Lashmar. It is all in the man's temperament. He sees all things in the rainbow light of his own imagination. He is like Titania when the spell was upon her. Assuredly, Nestorius was not in love with Lady Carmagnole. Lashmar had to fear no rivalry in that quarter, and by this time Lashmar had decided that destiny meant him to be Lady Carmagnole's husband. He had escaped the doom once, had plucked himself out of the web, but this time he felt that he was caught. Even were he to make a good fight for freedom, get away a second time, he would have to come back in the end. He must dree his weird. I would rather be her second husband than her third, he thought, and as it is written that I am to marry her, I had better propose at once. He said this to himself, yet did not immediately propose. There was a lurking repugnance somewhere in his mind, a reluctance which he could not explain to himself. He was angry with himself for not being more in love. I was born of a cold nature, he thought. He could account for his tepid emotions by no other theory than that nature had made him colder than other men. He fancied that he had even an aversion from women, and that he would have ended his days a bachelor, were it not that self-interest and his mother's incessant prompting urged him to marriage. He had everything to gain from a union with Lady Carmagnole, and it was sheer wantonness in him to hang back, and yet he put off from day to day the utterance of those fatal words which would seal him as a slave for ever. What is any married man but a slave, a heelot, a hireling? He asked himself, first the slave of his wife, and then the slave of his children, and pushed into his grave, perhaps, by the follies of his grandchildren. The father of a family never can know which of his children is to be his bane, which egg will produce the worst viper. He is responsible for the faults and follies of the whole brood to the third and fourth generation, if he live long enough. Even after he is in his grave, theorists will point to him as the root of evil, will excuse his descendants' delinquencies on the ground of heredity or atavism. And yet my mother moans at the idea of my not marrying, not having sons to succeed me, as if it were the direst calamity, certain loss instead of certain gain. This was a pessimistic view of the matter, but of late Lord Lashmar had inclined to pessimism as the only true gospel. He was discontented with life and with himself. He told himself that it was all on account of those 5 empty farms, and that the canker was only in his pocket. How happy Hubert was, he thought, as he paced up and down the library one morning, after he had let the shooters go out by themselves, on the plea of letters which must be written by his own hand. The shooters had been gone a couple of hours, and he had not dipped his pen in the ink. In another hour the luncheon gong would be sounding, and he would have to go and say sweet things to Lady Carmagnole, who appeared at luncheon with all the freshness of Venus Anadyomene, and expected a good deal of attention. He had promised to drive to Brum with Clarice and Mrs. Mulciber that afternoon to go over the great Danebrook ironworks, of which Lady Carmagnole was sole proprietor. Her name was on all the carts and wagons. Clarice, Marchioness of Carmagnole. Lashmore had never been over these mighty works, and he hated seeing works of any description, hated the thud of the engines, the smell of the furnaces, the grime and dust upon everything, and was not very fond even of the operatives, though a humanitarian age insisted that they should be to him as brothers. He felt also that this exploration of the works was in some measure a sign of his bondage. He would be looked upon as Lady Carmagnole's future husband. It was like putting his name to his own death warrant. But into the dust and the grime and the heat and the glare he must go, having given his promise all too lightly last night in the reposeful atmosphere of the drawing-room, where tomorrow's energy seemed an inexhaustible fund. And now tomorrow had come, and he felt that an afternoon at the works would be ineffable boredom. Yes, my brother Hubert was the happiest fellow I ever knew, he said to himself, happy in spite of great affliction, for he always lived his own life, did not go this way or that like a sheep before a drover, as we wretched creatures all do, we bond slaves of custom, fashion, self-interest. How well I remember him in this room day after day, calm, restful, reading, meditating, writing a little. I must get his literary remains published by the by. They would make an interesting volume. What a dull, empty life it seemed to me then, and now, by heaven, I almost envy him. He lived not alone, but with the giants of the past. His companions were Titans, and I have not looked at Homer since I left the university. I have not opened a volume of Shakespeare for more than a year. I am steeped in blue books and party pamphlets and newspapers, the chaff of the day and hour, strewed on the wind and forgotten a year hence. He recalled his brother's figure sitting at the desk yonder, the crooked shoulders hidden in the deep armchair, one delicate hand supporting the pale bent brow, the other on an open page of Greek or Roman poet, Elizabethan dramatist, or modern philosopher. The radical's brat had been near him always in those last years, sitting at a table a little way off, writing a copy or an exercise, or at her benefactor's feet, poring over a fairy tale. They two had looked so happy together, and yet it had always seemed to Victorian a most unnatural association. And now the presence of that girl in the house worried him. Their chance meetings had been of the rarest, and yet he was always expecting to meet her on the stairs or in the corridors. He was always surprised when he went into his mother's room without finding her there. He had made up his mind that she was sly, an intriguer, a dangerous element in the house. How quickly she had contrived to get that foolishly impressionable Nestorius into her web! And Mrs. Mulciber, a woman of the world who ought to have known better, was always sounding her praises. She had hoodwinked his brother when she was a mere child, and now the serpent had grown up, and her guile was of a still deeper cast. Brum and the outskirts of Brum looked a little more detestable than usual to Lord Lashmar that October afternoon, although Lady Carmagnole was sitting opposite him, clad in ruddy brown velvet and sable tails, with a little sable bonnet that harmonized deliciously with her rich gold-brown hair. If the beauty of a woman, or the luxury of a barouche on say springs could have sufficed him, he might have been happy. But on this particular afternoon he beheld even Lady Carmagnole's perfection with a jaundiced eye. "Your velvet and fur will not be improved by iron and coal dust," he said, with a disparaging glance, at her rich apparel. "Oh, I've had this gown for ages. I should be rather glad to spoil it." Lashmar's eyes, in sheer absent-mindedness, noted the figures on the pavement, two half-clad factory girls fluttering by in cotton, hugging their shabby little shawls across their narrow chests as they faced the east wind, and it struck him that the Radicals' howl against the inequality of fortune was one of those themes which would never lack listeners. Granted that every scheme which would equalize wealth is like absurd and impossible. Yet there the contrast is, always before men's eyes, always calling out to them for redress, somehow, somewhere. "Those two girls look rather enviously at your sables," he said, noting the long, wistful stare which followed the fine lady in the fine carriage. "You may be sure they have as grand gowns for Sundays, dogskin or catskin, and cheap velveteen. They always follow the fashions," answered Clarice lightly. "One can't help feeling sorry for them," murmured Mrs. Mulciber. "Yes, with that gentle, passive sorrow, which hurts nobody and does nobody any good," answered Lashmar, with quiet scorn. "If one of us were like that little Norfolk dressmaker now, who, being one day suddenly moved to pity for a poor wretch in jail, took up her cross, and for ever after devoted her life to the help and solace of jail prisoners, bore with them, comforted them, prayed for them, died in her patient slavery, that is what real pity means, and how very little there is of it." Lady Carmagnole did not pursue the argument. She was looking straight before her towards a great black gateway, gloomy as the entrance to Tartarus. They were in one of the dingiest streets in Brum, Danebrook Lane, so called after the great Danebrook ironworks, where Mr. Danebrook had established in this Midland centre works which rivalled in their magnitude those of Darlington, and competed with the Krupps and the Cockerells of Germany and Belgium. Lady Carmagnole could hear the chink of the steam hammers, and she always heard that sound in this place with a faint thrill of pride. She had broad acres which gave her a position among the landed gentry, and of those she was proud. But these works were her kingdom. Here was the source of her wealth, and here she reigned supreme. The vastness of those Plutonian halls, the multitude of blackened faces, the clang of the engines, the roar of the furnaces where the keels of mighty ironclads and the connecting rods and cranks of large locomotives were welded and fashioned, impressed her woman's fancy with an idea of power. The factory was like an arsenal, and she seemed to herself strong as a goddess of war when she made her slow progress from hall to hall, preceded by deferential foremen and officials. It pleased her to think that Lashmar would see her amidst these surroundings. She had given no notice of her coming, and it seemed to her as she alighted from her carriage in the great black quadrangle that the manager, who ran to receive her, was less effusive than usual. He was not less deferential. He bowed before her and spoke with bated breath as to a queen, but he had a troubled look, which Lashmar's quick eye perceived. "I'm afraid we've come at an awkward time," he said. "You've some gigantic job in hand, perhaps in the throes of completion." "No, it is not that, my lord," answered the manager gravely. "That kind of thing never puts us out of gear. But it is hardly a good time for her ladyship to visit the works. Our men are on the eve of a strike." Lady Carmagnole laughed softly, pleasantly, as at an irresistible joke. "That is a very old story," she said. "I've heard that all my life. My father used to say as much almost every time he came from the works. The men were always hatching mischief. The strike was always coming, but the strike never came. Mr. Danebrook had an extraordinary influence over the men, an exceptional power of managing them. He contrived to ward off the strike, partly by that personal influence, partly by concessions. Your ladyship has refused to to accede to demands which I consider preposterous, which my father would never have granted? Your father would have gone with the times, Lady Carmagnole. He was too wise a man to try to stem a rising tide. If some of us don't stand firm against that tide, it will be over all our heads before long," said Lady Carmagnole, looking like Bellona. Lashmar would hardly have given her credit for so much spirit, or obstinacy, he did not know which to call it. The men have held on, though they are worse off as to current wages than other iron workers in Brum. They have held on for the sake of those admirable funds which Mr. Danebrook established for sickness and old age. The prospect of bonuses and annuities has kept our men faithful to us at a disadvantage, but there is a very unpleasant feeling arising in the factory, an idea that the richest works in all Brum pay the worst wages. In most other firms like ours, work is done by the ton, by the ganger, who undertakes the job and employs men under him. This plan saves the firm a good deal of responsibility, and the men like it better because they can earn more money, while an intelligent ganger may make a small fortune. "I will have no middlemen in my business," said Lady Carmagnole. The manager bowed submissively. "Your ladyship knows best," he said, "but I assure you there is a danger in getting old-fashioned. A system which answered admirably 10 years ago is beginning to work awkwardly now. There was a time when we hadn't a single union man on the premises, but labour was scarce last winter when we had some of our biggest jobs in hand, and we were obliged to let in some of the union men, and now we must either give them what they want or prepare for a strike. If they strike, we can get other men, I suppose. Not a man in England, but we can get them from Belgium." The manager shrugged his shoulders dubiously. "Belgian ironworks are in a very prosperous condition just now. I doubt if there are men to be had." "And if these men leave us, they forfeit all claim upon my father's funds?" "Naturally." "Then they will not go," said Lady Carmagnole. "Assuredly not the old hands who have touched bonuses already, and have been working for annuities in the future. No man will forfeit the reward for which he has been working." "Anger is short-sighted, Lady Carmagnole. Radicalism has been gaining ground in this place ever since I can remember. 20 years ago our hands were better off than any other workmen in Brum. But wages have been going up, and our wages have remained the same. We point to our bonus system, our workmen's buildings, sound and cheap and well cared for, our annuities to the aged, but the modern workman is hardly grateful for these advantages. He doesn't much care what kind of hovel he pigs in, but he wants high wages, a drinking bout every pay night, rump steaks and onions for supper. He doesn't care about the future. You'd better go with the tide, Lady Carmagnole, and let me raise the wages before the strike comes." "I would much rather shut up the works," replied Clarisse. "Please do not let us discuss the question any longer. I have brought my friends to see the works, not to hear the usual doleful prophecies about strikes which never come. The Danebrook men know they are better off than any other men in Brum." She led the way, walking rapidly past the manager's office into the heart of the citadel. He had hardly time to snatch up his hat, give a hurried direction to one of his clerks, and get in front of the little procession. A foreman appeared almost by magic, and amidst the din of huge engines, and in the heat and glare of giant furnaces, Lord Lashmar surveyed the source of Job Danebrook's fortune. He saw the half-finished blocks of iron conveyed from shop to shop by the traveller, a curious kind of steam monster working upon an overhead railway 30 feet from the ground. He saw the huge unshapely mass of white-hot faggots drawn from the roaring furnace by the steam crane, plucked as it were from the mouth of hell. Just such a demoniac-seeming spectacle as he had beheld years before at Woolwich Arsenal, where he went as a boy to see the drawing of a gun. He saw the mighty steam-hammer fashion that iron protoplasm into form, weld and shape it into use and meaning. But amidst all the uncouth grandeur of the scene. He noted the sullen faces of the men, heard more than one muttered sarcasm from smoke-blackened lips as the great lady swept by in her splendor of velvet and fur. He kept as close as he could to her side all the time, ready to defend her should there be any hint of violence. He felt that the men were disaffected, and he was very glad when, after seeing a monotonous repetition of strange forms and breathing noxious fumes of cold and red-hot iron, he was allowed to escape into the outer air. The smoke-charged atmosphere of Brum seemed fresh and clear after those fiery vaults through which they had passed. After the works had been done, Clarisse insisted that her friends should see the workmen's houses, for which privilege Mrs. Mulciber was particularly eager. "I confess myself a very stupid person wherever machinery is in question," she said, "but the dwellings of the poor are my delight. I am a member of the Dado Society, and I think I have made many a humble home happy by the introduction of an artistic wall-papering and a sage-green delf jar here and there on a bracket. It always makes me sad to think of the many who have to live without dados." "I'm afraid our Brum people would laugh at the Dado Society," answered Clarisse. "They have no idea of beauty. You will see the most revolting objects in their homes: artificial flowers under glass shades, bead mats, crochet antimacassars, things that make one's blood run cold." "Poor things!" sighed Mrs. Mulciber. "The day will come when the influence of the Dado Society will permeate this outer darkness, I hope." The workmen's houses formed two spacious quadrangles, opening one into the other through an archway like a college. They had been built by Mr. Danebrook, and were of a sensible height, only 3 stories, with balconies to all the rooms, and a colonnade under which the children could run about in wet weather. There was also a spacious building, called the Recreation House, in which the children played in the daytime, and where the adults amused themselves of an evening. There were baths and wash-houses, and all modern accommodations and improvements. The architecture was utilitarian and substantial. There was no attempt at the Gothic or the Jacobean in any portion of the building. It was frankly ugly from garret to basement, but the rooms were all light and airy. The passages and staircases were wide and well ventilated. They went into 2 or 3 different sitting-rooms, Lashmore feeling himself an intruder, Mrs. Mulciber in her glory, descanting upon the sweetness and light which the Dado Society could bring into these benighted dwellings. Clarisse, calm and queenly, entering and leaving without apology, here and there telling a mother that her children were not a credit to her in those dirty pinafores, or a housewife that her floor looked as if it had not been scrubbed for a month. "You have nice rooms if you would only learn to keep them nice," she said to one woman. "Wages are too low, and victuals too dear for us to have much heart for finicking over the rooms," replied the matron with a sulky air, bending down to stir the fire with her back to the visitors, and then lifting the lid of a saucepan which sent forth a hot blast of onions and grease. Mrs. Mulciber tried to insinuate a suggestion of a bracket, or of the wonderful Dadoistic effect that might be produced with a little distemper. "Your husband could do it himself, my dear soul, don't you know?" murmured the lady. "Just a pail of whitewash and a little red—" "My husband would chuck the whitewash over my 'ead if I was to arst him any such rubbish," answered the matron fiercely. "We don't want no Dadoses here. We wants higher wages and less humbug. Bonuses indeed, and 'nuities. We've got too long to wait for the bonuses, and we shall all be dead and rotten before the 'nuities falls due." Clarisse felt that the atmosphere was uncongenial, that her father's system, which had answered admirably while he was there to administer things, was not working smoothly just now. "The place is stifling," she exclaimed. "You all keep your rooms much too hot. I suppose that is because you get coals for nothing. We need get something for nothink when our husbands and sons are wearing their flesh off their bones to keep other folks in velvet and fur," grumbled the matron as her visitors departed. Lady Carmagnole went back to her carriage, deeply disgusted with the want of loyalty in her people. She had gone over the same ground with a party of friends a year ago, and had been received as a queen, the children bringing her a bouquet, the women curtsying and smiling, dazzled by her beauty and splendid raiment, the men deferential, eager to wait upon her footsteps and answer her questions. The change was appalling, and might presage some hitherto unimagined evil. "The working classes are becoming detestable," she said, as she leant back in her carriage, exhausted and depressed. "They are not always as pleasant as they might be," replied Lashmar. "There is no place in the world where I feel so much out of my element as in Brum. Half an hour in this hole always makes me fancy the old order is ending, and that we shall all have to turn up our sleeves and work at the furnaces before long." "Those people positively adored my father," said Clarisse discontentedly. "Ah, but he was one of them, you see, or made himself one of them," replied Lashmar. "I daresay he wore a shabby coat in the factory, and went about among the men, handling cranks and not afraid of greasing his hands. You have the air of coming from a totally different world, of looking down at them from an immense altitude. That's what they don't like." "I shall never go near them again," said Clarisse. "They may be very sure of that." She was deeply offended, touched in her womanly pride of beauty and grace. Never before had men looked upon her save with admiring eyes. Those sullen faces haunted her as she drove home through the twilight, and Lashmar, who might have been comforting and tender, held his peace and sat silently gazing at the misty autumn fields. She had wished to show him her power as a queen in that black kingdom yonder, and she felt hurt and humiliated by the uncomfortable turn the whole thing had taken. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of One Thing Needful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One Thing Needful by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 15. Shall not the grief of the old time follow? It was between 6 and 7 when Lashmar found himself at home again. Afternoon tea was over, and the shooters had departed to bath rooms and dressing rooms, and there was the sound of a piano and a very thin soprano voice from the drawing room, whereby Lashmar opined that Mrs. Vavasour was indulging in a ballad, alone or in company. He went to the library, intending to enjoy a quiet half-hour with the newspapers before he dressed. The room was only lighted by the burning logs in one of the two fireplaces, and a single lamp on a reading table. The curtains had not been drawn, and as Lashmar crossed the room towards the lamplight, he saw two dark figures pacing slowly past the windows. He opened a casement and looked out. A man and woman were standing a little way off in earnest conversation. The woman, black-robed, bareheaded, tall and straight and slim, was Stella. The man was Nestorius. He was bending to speak to her until it seemed to Lashmar that his lips must almost touch her hair. His hand was on her shoulder as if he had been pleading or arguing with intensest meaning. Suddenly Stella released herself from that detaining grasp, knelt for an instant at his feet, and clasped and kissed his hand with quick, passionate gestures, then rose as quickly as she had knelt and rushed away to the other end of the terrace. Only Southern blood would have shown its feeling in such impassioned movements. Strange as the act was, it seemed in no wise false or theatrical. All was natural and spontaneous. To Lashmar, who had seen the girl silent, statuesque in her immobility, this new aspect of her character was startling in the extreme. Has she gone suddenly out of her wits? He asked himself angrily. Has Nestorius infected her with lunacy, or is she playing a deep game? Yes, that is it, no doubt. She means to hook our enthusiast. He is more impressionable than Ulysses, and she is as crafty as Calypso. Those silent women with lowered eyelids are always sly. He went out into the gloaming. Autumnal mists were rising all over the park. Night was coming up from the valley and the river like a palpable presence, a mighty winged monster spreading wide pinions over the earth, curtaining and covering homestead and meadow, man and beast, diffusing a false air of peace and silence and solemnity over all things. There was no peace in Lashmar's breast, which was white hot with anger. Why he should be angry he never stopped to ask himself. "The hussy," he muttered, "the artful, incorrigible hussy. This is the kind of woman who leads wise men to ruin, who subverts class distinctions, who creeps into foolish women's houses and steals a husband's heart from his lawful wife." He saw her standing alone at the end of the terrace, above that tennis lawn where he and Clarice had played so often in days gone by. Nestorius had gone back to the house. She was leaning wearily against an antique vase, gazing into the night. He could not command his temper. That white-hot feeling in his breast must needs have some relief. Silence, calmness were alike impossible. There is an unreasoning anger which must be satisfied even at the loss of self-respect, which is surely the heaviest price that any man can pay for self-indulgence. He walked quickly to the spot where Stella was standing. He placed himself by her side, but was not able to see her face, which was turned from him. "Well," he began, in his harshest voice, "you have taken the measure of our statesman, Miss Boldwood. He is a man peculiarly susceptible to flattery, especially a woman's flattery, and your little bit of melodrama just now must have delighted him." She turned quickly and faced him, white as death, as it seemed to him in that dim light. Her face gleamed upon him like the face of a ghost. The large dark eyes, wet with tears, alone had a look of life. "Were you listening and watching us from some corner, Lord Lashmar?" she asked contemptuously. She had assured herself long ago that this man hated and despised her, and that it was a duty she owed to herself to despise him. It was in her nature to feel and to do all things with an exceptional intensity. As she had loved her benefactor with all the force of her young heart, so she hated her benefactor's brother. She was ready to be insolent to him at the slightest provocation. "I was neither listening nor watching, but I went to that window yonder to see who was promenading the terrace, and was just in time to see you fling yourself at our statesman's feet and kiss his hand. It was very prettily done, and I've little doubt it will have the desired effect." "Indeed. Pray what effect do you suppose I wish it to have?" "My dear Miss Boldwood, when a young lady throws herself at a gentleman's feet, the obvious conclusion is that she wants to bring him to hers. It is taking a short cut to a dénouement that hangs fire. And in the case of a young lady whose attractions are much greater than her fortune, and a wealthy widower, impressionable but wavering, one can conceive no better coup de main than that with which you have just surprised our friend Nestorius." "You think that I want to catch Mr. Nestorius as a husband?" "What else can I think, having seen what I saw just now? You are very quick in jumping at conclusions, Lord Lashmar. When the conclusion is so obvious, the jump is inevitable, and it is a very small jump, only a gutter. Do you suppose that I have not understood your game for the last 3 weeks? That I have not marked your manoeuvres, your lonely rambles across the park, and accidental meetings with Mr. Nestorius on the way, your piteous revelations to him, your tears for the father whom you lost too long ago to have the faintest real feeling about him, always remembering how much you were a gainer by his loss?" "A gainer!" she cried. "To eat the bread of dependence in your mother's house, do you think that is gain?" "It is at least better than being a factory girl, which you would have been in all probability had your father lived." "Had he lived? Do you know for certain that he is dead?" "I know, as everybody else knows, that he perished in the attempt to save your life," answered Lashmar, forgetting everything but his headlong anger. "And I know that my brother, who was worth a dozen demagogues, risked his life to save a child whose face he had never seen." you of good need to be grateful to him." "Dead?" she faltered. "Your brother told me that he had gone away to a distant country. I thought, as I grew older, that he had left England because life here was too hard for him, that he had left me behind intending to send for me if things went well with him in this new country, and then I thought that fate had still been against him, and that he was waiting for the tide to turn, waiting to be rich enough to send for his only child. And now you tell me he was killed the night of the fire, killed in trying to save me. Oh, it was cruel, infamous, to deceive me so," she cried passionately. "He was your benefactor, the man who was more than a father to you, who told the lie. Yes, but when he was gone, when I was older, better able to face sorrow, when I had to bear a hard, bitter life, when no one would have been pained by my tears, why was I not told the truth then? Neither you nor Lady Lashmore have been so anxious to spare my feelings that you need have kept this grief from me. You have let me go on year after year, feeding on a false hope, dreaming a mocking dream." "It was an oversight on my mother's part and on mine," said Lashmar. "We ought to have told you the truth. My brother Hubert had a foolish sensitiveness on the subject, a morbid dread of your tears. But with us it was otherwise. We did wrong in not telling you. However, you have been in some wise a gainer, as your pathetic case has made a profound impression upon Mr. Nestorius, and that last touch of pathos, your belief in your father's existence many years after his death, has quite subdued him. Mr. Nestorius has been very good to me, and I am deeply grateful to him, but if you think that I have schemed to win his regard, I do think that you have so schemed, and that you have gone very near winning your game. Not quite, perhaps, but your last move was admirable, and I anticipate the pleasure of congratulating you upon your promotion before Nestorius leaves the castle. Is that all you have to say to me, Lord Lashmar?" "Yes, that is all, until I offer you my congratulations." "I thank you for your kindness and consideration. It is almost equal to that with which you sent me out of the library 7 years ago. Oh, you were a child then, and I am sorry to say you were a very unmannerly child. I hope you do not harbour resentment after all these years because I was a little rough with you that afternoon." "I do not harbour resentment. I do not care enough about you to resent your conduct to me in anything. No, not even your cruelty in trying to strangle every ambitious thought of my mind, every hope and every dream, when your brother's death made my life desolate. I despise you too much to be resentful." "You despise me? That is rather strong. I know of no words strong enough to express what I feel when I remember how you have treated me, when I compare you and your brother. Ah, there is a difference, is there not? But Hubert was cast in a different mould. He ought to have been a woman. I am a man. I would not boast of that, if I were you, just after you have been unmanly enough to insult a friendless girl. Friendless? What? When you have Nestorius as your friend, your adorer, your future husband. If you play out your game as well as you have begun it, do not talk about friendlessness. Calypso is never without friends." She turned from him and walked quickly towards the house. He followed as quickly, and opened the library window for her to pass through. The action was polite, yet it reminded him of that other action 7 years ago, when he had flung open the door for her and told her to march. She had not forgotten. She turned on the threshold and looked at him with flashing eyes. "Why don't you tell me to march?" she said, "as you did that other day. This time there is no need of your order. I am going to march." And so, with a short, angry laugh, she left him. "What a she-devil!" he muttered. "It is her Spanish blood, I suppose, and Boldwood's blood. A nice mixture. Yes, upon my soul, a very pleasant brew." He went back to the terrace and tramped up and down till after the warning gong had sounded. Then he rushed to his dressing-room and scrambled through his toilet, and to dress hurriedly was a thing he hated. What on earth did the creature mean when she said she was going to march? He asked himself, as he bungled with his cambric tie. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of One Thing Needful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One Thing Needful by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 16. Shall we not laugh? Shall we not weep? Never had Lord Lashmar felt less inclined to play the host than upon this particular evening. He was so thoroughly out of temper that it was an effort to him to be even decently civil. Voices jarred upon his nerves. Truisms and platitudes almost maddened him, and Mrs. Mulciber's gentle prosings about the Dado Society and the awakening of the love of the beautiful in the mind of the artisan made him feel murderous. One relief, and one only, was afforded him. "Did you know that Mr. Nestorius was going away, Lashmar?" asked his mother in the 5 minutes before dinner. "No. You don't mean to say that he is gone?" "Yes. He left an hour ago, in time for the 8:15 from Rum. He sent me a hurried little note. Business of state, something to do with the coming elections." "Oh, he'd had a telegram, no doubt." "No, I had no idea he was going to leave us." "I'm dreadfully sorry," sighed Lady Carmeau. "He has been a little distrait lately, but at his best he is quite the most delightful man in Europe." "That is a large order," said Lashmar. "Pray, have you met all the delightful Europeans?" "I've met all the typical men," replied Clarice reprovingly. "The men who are held up as examples. Parisiens, Viennese, Belgians, Italians, Spaniards. One meets the best people of every nation, don't you know, in diplomatic society. I think I know all the men who have reputations, and not one of them has the fascination of Nestorius. It is a kind of glamour." "What a happy word!" exclaimed Mrs. Mulciber. "Yes, it is glamour." Everybody agreed that the word fitted Mr. Nestorius like a glove. It was by glamour that he had secured majorities, wriggled himself out of difficulties, and led the British nation by the nose. And then they all went into dinner, and enjoyed themselves just as much as if the glamourist had been there. Lady Carmeau was on Lashmar's right hand, as usual, but she found him a very disagreeable companion. "How tired you look," she said. "I'm afraid ironworks worried you." "Not at all. The ironworks are delightful. I envy you the sense of power you must feel when you survey that army of blackened faces. You must feel like Zenobia before she was conquered." "Zenobia never was beaten," interjected Lady Sophia across the table. She never could hear a classical name without referring it to the racing calendar. "She was one of the finest 2-year-olds that Lord Zetland ever owned. He sold her to Count Lagrange for a pot of money on the strength of her Newmarket successes, and she won the Grand Prix the year after." Lady Lashmar retired soon after the ladies left the dining room, and it was about 10 o'clock when Lord Lashmar, on his way to the drawing room, was startled by a tremendous ringing of his mother's bell, a summons so violent that he took fright and hurried at once to her ladyship's room, expecting to find her attacked by some direful illness. She was not ill, but she was in a towering rage, and turned upon her offspring as a tigress on her cub. "Where is Stella?" she asked. "I've not the faintest idea. Is she not to be found, that you inquire so vehemently?" "She is not to be found anywhere in this house. She was to have read to me at 9:30. It is the first time she has ever disobeyed my orders." "She is getting too grand to obey orders." "Perhaps she has gone off with Mr. Nestorius." "What do you mean?" "Surely you have seen what has been going on under your eyes. The gentleman is impressionable, the lady artful. She has been trying to secure a wealthy husband. She has brought him to book, perhaps, and is off and over the border. They can be married before a registrar in Brum or in London to morrow morning." "Nestorius could not be such a madman." "Who knows? He would not be the first to count the world well lost for love. If she has gone, you may be sure he is concerned in her departure. She would not have the pluck to go out into the world alone, without the slightest knowledge of life outside these walls, without friends or money. But is it so certain that she has bolted? She may be only out staying her time with old Werner, listening to some bookish twaddle." "We can very soon ascertain that," said her ladyship, striking the spring bell which summoned her personal attendants. Before it could be answered, Barker came in with the latest intelligence. "Stella has been seen to leave the castle with a little carpet bag. One of the housemaids had met her on the back staircase, and had asked her where she was going. Going away, she had answered. For a holiday? For ever. The housemaid had concluded that Miss Boldwood had been dismissed by her ladyship, and had not considered it necessary to mention the fact till she heard Barker making inquiries. "My servants are a regiment of fools," said Lady Lashmar. "Pray at what hour did the housemaid meet this girl?" "A little before 9 o'clock." "That will do for the present, Barker." Whereupon the patient Barker vanished. Nestorius left at 7, and was driven straight to the station. "He can have had nothing to do with this girl's running away," said her ladyship. "He may have inspired it, may have planned to meet her in London." "No, Lashmar. Nestorius is above all things a gentleman. He would not wrong that girl even in thought. He would not compromise her by a scandalous elopement, or take a base advantage of his residence in my house. You must think of someone else." "There is no one else. It is horrible to think of that girl. Alone, friendless, utterly ignorant of the world, penniless, not knowing which way to turn for a meal." He had been savagely angry with Stella that afternoon, had deemed no words too hard or too bitter, had scorned her as a schemer and an adventuress of the lowest type, and now that she was gone from him, forever perhaps, utterly beyond his reach, he thought of her in her helplessness with strangest, tenderest pity, thought of her as a mother who had been led away by anger might think of a rebellious child, pictured her in her ignorance of life, falling a prey to the scoundrelism that lurks in great cities, to the traps and snares set for innocent feet. "We must have been infernally cruel to her," he exclaimed, "that she should be driven to do this thing." "I don't know what you mean by cruelty. For the last 2 years, since she has been my reader and secretary, she has led the life of a lady. She has not soiled her delicate fingers. She has had her own sitting room, her meals served to her alone, as if she had been a gentlewoman. She has been allowed to carry on her education at her own pleasure." "Granted, but have you treated her kindly? After all, even Boldwood's daughter is a thing of flesh and blood, with instincts and feelings, able to be glad and sorry. She would encroach, no doubt, if treated too kindly. But do you think we have been too unkind?" "I do not know what 'we' may have been. I know that, for my own part, I have always been civil to her." "Civil, yes, that is the word. But I believe there are some natures that cannot exist upon bare civility. There are souls which revolt against luxuries, enjoyed upon sufferance. You did not do much to brighten her life, did you? She had to fall back upon books as the only possible delight, and for a young creature to have no other joys than she can get from books seems rather a dreary business. You did not dress her over smartly either, or gratify her youthful yearning for prettiness and bright colours. Her soul must have sickened at that perpetual black gown." "Are you mad, Lashmar, that you preach to me like this?" "No, I am only remorseful, very remorseful. Great God, if we should have driven her into danger! Why, she knows no more of the outside world than a baby. But perhaps she has only gone to the nearest shelter, to old Verner's cottage. I will go and hunt for her there." "You go?" "Yes, I would rather go myself. I shall be in a fever till she is found. I have been a wretch, a cold-hearted, vindictive brute. I have been systematically uncivil to her, I who know how fond my poor brother was of her, I who for his sake ought to have been kind. She had a bad influence upon me somehow. She stirred something evil in my nature. I hope I shall find her with Verner." "I daresay you will, and you will exalt her idea of her own importance by going after her in person. You had much better send a stable boy." "No, I want a smoke in the open air. I'll go myself." He went, being a young man who always took his own way. It was an infinite relief to him to get away from those cold, questioning eyes of his mother's, and to get out into the cool night air, the fresh, free October air, blowing up from the river and swirling the newly fallen leaves about him as he tramped across the park. Never had he been so disturbed in mind as he was about the flight of this girl. She was nothing to him, absolutely nothing, he told himself. It was only his guilty conscience which was punishing him. He had allowed his prejudice, his dislike, to go too far. He had seen her suffering under his mother's icy tyranny, and had made no remonstrance. He who was young and prosperous and happy had done nothing for a friendless and oppressed youth. He who called himself a man had never pleaded for womanhood deprived of all womanly joys. And to-day he had gone further, had attacked a defenceless girl with most insulting speech. He had been brutal, offensive, ungentlemanlike. What was it to him if she had angled for a rich husband, schemed for home and position, for all those things which had been withheld from her? Was it his place to be angry? If he should find her with his brother's old tutor, he was prepared to humiliate himself, to apologize for his unwarrantable anger, to promise her fairer treatment and a happier home in the future, to pledge himself that her life as a woman should be brighter than her girlhood had been. The lamp was burning in the old bookworm's parlour, but he was alone with Aristotle and the rest of the learned dead. He had heard nothing of Stella's flight, was in the deepest distress at hearing of it. No, she had never told him any of her troubles, but he knew she was not happy, had never been happy in her home at the castle since her benefactor's death. "Her ladyship has a very fine character," he said apologetically, "but she has never understood Stella. The girl is altogether exceptional. She has genius, Lord Lashmore, original genius. The only person who has ever understood and appreciated her, except my humble self, is Mr. Nestorius." "Mr. Nestorius is in love with her," said Lashmar sharply. "That is what understanding and appreciation mean in this case." "Well, it may be so," replied the student thoughtfully. He certainly was profoundly interested in her. He seemed to take a delight in her society, would linger and linger when she was here, and hang upon her words. Perhaps it was on her account he came here so often. Of course it was on her account. I tell you, Werner, he was over head and ears in love with her. He is old enough to be her father. What of that? A man of his temperament is never too old to fall in love. What are we to do, Werner? How are we to find this girl?" He might as well have appealed to the shade of Aristotle. The old man was sorely distressed at his favourite's flight, but he had no suggestion to offer. "I would walk barefoot to London, if that would help," he murmured. "But it wouldn't help. What we want is a bright idea. I'll telegraph to Nestorius the first thing to morrow morning. If he had no hand in her flight, he may help us to find her." Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of One Thing Needful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One Thing Needful by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 17. Thanks to the human heart by which we live. She had gone. She had shaken the dust of that unfriendly home from off her feet, and had gone out into the more unfriendly world, penniless, without so much as the means to buy a loaf of bread. She had left a house that had become intolerable to her after that scene on the terrace. Those brutal speeches of Lashmar's had stung her like scorpions. She had not been clever enough, rusé enough, to understand that such unreasonable anger from such a man was the highest tribute man can pay to woman, the tribute of passionate, unwarrantable jealousy, which implies love as passionate. She only felt his scorn, his injustice, and her dominant thought was to escape from him for ever, never to see that dark, imperious face again. What a face it was! She had pictured Achilles with just those eyes, that dark bent brow, those scornful lips, those quivering nostrils breathing rage, the very incarnation of anger. And Achilles, though she could but think him an unreasonable person, was her ideal hero. Hector, with all his virtues, had never so deeply moved her. While Lashmar was talking to Werner, the fugitive was far upon the road to Brum, carrying her little bag with a change of linen and half a dozen of her most cherished books, Homer, Virgil, Shakespeare. The books made the little bag a heavy burden for so long a distance. She shifted it from hand to hand very often, and sometimes almost groaned under the weight. She was tramping on to Brum, knowing not how she should act when she got there. But Brum was the city in which her father had lived and died. He had been known there, and had been popular among the lower classes. Somewhere in that great town, perhaps, she would find some one who remembered the demagogue, and who would be kind to his daughter. Hubert had told her once that her father had been a great orator, that but for the violence of his opinions he might have been a great politician. It did not occur to her that she would be pursued or hunted for by any one belonging to the castle. She fancied herself secure in her insignificance. Nobody had ever cared for her there. After the last Lord Lashmar's death, she had been useful to her ladyship as a reading machine, but that was all. She had left the castle in a tempest of angry feeling, had left without any scheme for her future, without thought of what she would do with herself when she was outside those doors. She had fled as a captive eagle escapes to the wild sky and the trackless mountains, like that Siberian eagle to which Lashmar had compared her. But in the long and weary walk to Brum, upon the lonesome country road, under the dark October sky, she had ample leisure to consider her future. The outlook was not cheerful. She had no one in the world who could help her, unless she should stoop to appeal to Mr. Nestorius, and he was just the one person to whom she felt she could not appeal. He had asked her to be his wife, had been eager to devote his life to her, and she had rejected him. She could not ask him to provide for her future. Her good old friend Werner was as helpless as a child. She could not burden him, nor could she have accepted a home under the shadow of Lashmar Castle. Her eager desire was to escape altogether from that old life and its associations, to hide herself, to lose her identity if it were possible. Her chief hope for the future was in her pen. If Nestorius had not been deceived by his regard for her, she had written a book which must sooner or later win her fame and money. She felt that it was in her to write many such books, to write upon many subjects. Her pen had been her friend and confidant for the last 7 years. It was as natural to her to write as to live. Secure, therefore, of being able to earn money in the future, to win for herself that snug little home she had so often discussed with Betsy Barker, she had only to bridge over the difficulties of the present, to earn or beg a home and a crust. Lashmar had told her that but for his mother's charity she would in all probability have been a factory girl. Even that thought did not appall her. She was ready to work in any factory that would find her employment. She would have her evenings for her books and her pen. Life would be harder, but not more joyless than it had been at Lashmar Castle. At last the sweet odours of the countryside, the perfume of wild flowers, the cool freshness of newly ploughed earth, gave place to the fumes of furnaces, a pervading taint of soot and sulphur. The flaring lights of Brum shone yellow against the dark blue of night. The town was near at hand. There were the wildernesses of the suburbs, the unbuilt upon building lots, the waste places, the desolations, the fields that were no longer fields, the half-finished streets to be passed. And then came the goal, a shabby street that seemed endless, a straggling, sordid, hopeless-looking street, stamped forever as the abiding place of labour and poverty, with here a poor little shop, and there a bloated, blazing public-house, with factories looming large and black, factory gates shut for the night, lamps extinguished, labour done, and groups of men and women clustered here and there, weary after the weary day. It was not a pleasant place to come to for a soul that loved the country and had dwelt amidst woodlands and the ripple of a river. Here was the same river, flowing sluggishly under an old smoke-blackened bridge, which Stella had to cross on her way to the heart of the town. What a murky, hideous river it was, that stream she had so loved 10 miles nearer its source. Could 10 miles make such a difference? She had been only 4 years old at the time of the fire, yet she had an instinct that told her in which direction that great block of buildings had stood, the big house from which she had looked out of a window high up in the very sky, as it had seemed to her then, a window that looked straight out at sun or stars. She had loved to look out of the window in those long, lonely days. It had been her only joy when her father was away. She had dim memories, too, which helped her to find the place of her infancy. She recalled the prospect she had seen from the window in the sky, a little way off across a field or two. There had been a place full of white headstones and funeral urns and weeping figures in white marble. Ghosts, they had seemed to her in the twilight. She had been scared by those white phantoms sometimes, and had left the window shuddering. She knew, therefore, that the huge, barrack-like lodging-house had been on the same side of the town as the cemetery, and it was towards the cemetery she made her way. It was after 11 o'clock, and most of the shops had closed by this time, but at the corner of a narrow street she found a shop door open and the light shining on the pavement in front of it. She looked in timidly and saw 2 women, one elderly and stout, the other thin and waspish looking, of that doubtful period between 8 and 20 and 8 and 30, in which unmarried womanhood is apt to turn to shrewishness. The shop was of the humblest order, known as a general shop, furnishing almost everything except butcher's meat, and of exceeding usefulness in a poor neighbourhood. Stella looked from the thin daughter to the stout mother, and it was to the latter she addressed her questions. There used to be a large lodging-house for working people near the cemetery, she faltered. It was burnt down a good many years ago. Was it ever built up again? Of course it was, answered the younger woman sharply. If you'd gone 20 yards further, you'd have seen it straight before you. It was rebuilt, and it was made twice the size it was at the beginning. Was this shop here at the time of the fire? Yes, 20 years before the fire, answered the mother. My daughter was born in this very house. I've lived in it nearly 40 years. It was a new house when my husband came into it, and he had to make the business bit by bit. As you have lived here so long, perhaps you may remember a man called Boldwood, said Stella tremulously. It was the first time she had ever pronounced that name to a stranger. It seemed a kind of sacrilege, but she felt that her only chance of finding a friend in this great dreary town was through her father's memory. Boldwood, Jonathan Boldwood. Yes, I should think I do remember him. Drat him. My husband was almost cracked about that man, and he used to go to hear him at every meeting, and come home with a pack o' nonsense in his head. I hate your radicals, always knocking everything down, and never setting anything up. Radicals have driven all the country gentry away from Brum, and there aren't half the carriages there used to be in the streets when I was a girl. Radicals have brought in cooperative stores and ruined small tradespeople. Radicals have sent the English nobility abroad to spend their money, because they don't get the respect that's due to them at home. What's this, old girl? Off again? I never did hear such an old 'ooman to talk politics, and knows no more of 'em than a baby, said a round, good-natured voice from within, and a round-faced, good-natured looking man in shirt-sleeves and linen apron rolled in from the little parlour behind the shop. What sent mother into high strikes to-night?" he asked his daughter. "This young person has been asking about Jonathan Boldwood." "Why, what do you know of Jonathan Boldwood, lass?" "He was my father." "Your father? What, are you the child Boldwood tried to get out of the burning house when he lost his own life, poor chap, in trying to save the little one?" "Yes," sobbed Stella. "And then the young hunchback lord saved you, and took you off to Lashmore Castle, and adopted of you. I know there was no end of talk about it at the time." "Yes, but he has been dead for many years, and I've been very miserable in dependence upon fine people." "Ah, there spoke old Boldwood. No dependence for him. He was a free and noble spirit, God bless him. They say it's only papists that pray for the dead. Now I'm no papist, and I'm no church goer, but I say wherever Boldwood is, God bless him. And so you've got sick o' your fine home, lassie, and you've come to look up your father's old friends in Brum? Had he friends here? Many friends?" "Yes, many friends. There wasn't a working man in Brum that didn't call him friend, but not such friends as could be of much use to him. Most of 'em was poorer than himself. He was proud, too, and wouldn't have taken a favour from any of us. We all knew that he had been born a gentleman. Let's have a look at you, lass," scrutinizing her keenly under the glare of the unshaded gas. "No, you're not like him. There's a look, perhaps, only a look of him somewheres in the face, but it ain't so much as a likeness. Poor Boldwood, yes, he was a grand talker, he was. If he'd been alive now we'd have got him into Parliament. Wouldn't he have astonished the milk and watery gentlemen who grind in that mill? And what are you doing in Brum at such an hour as this, my lass?" "I've come to look for work." "What kind of work?" "Any kind that will give me food and shelter. Time to find the work I can do best." "What kind of work is that?" "Writing. I want to be a writer." She answered this strange shopkeeper as frankly as she would have answered an old friend. The man had known and esteemed her father, and there was something in his blunt, unpolished friendliness which gave her confidence. Perhaps in all that big populous town she had crossed the one threshold in which she was safest. The grocer's daughter looked somewhat critical and suspicious, but his wife had a kindly motherly air which promised help. "A writer. Ay, Boldwood was a writer. He used to write letters to the Independent. Such letters! They lashed the Conservatives like a cat o' nine tails. And so you can write, my lass? Story books, I suppose, and such like?" "Yes, I have written a story, but till I can live by my pen I want to get work in a factory." "Ah, my girl, you don't look much like factory work. Why, you look so slight one could blow you away. You look too much the lady. You'd better have stayed at Lashmar Castle than turned factory girl." "I could not stay there." "They turned you adrift, perhaps?" "No, but the place became too hateful." "Don't question me, please. I've done nothing wrong." "Unless it was wrong to come away from a house in which I was miserable." "Come now, lass. Did they ill treat you, beat you, starve you?" "No, they only made me wretched. I suffered patiently enough for many years, suffered the want of all kindness and sympathy, but the time came when I made up my mind not to suffer any longer, that bread and water in a great garret would be better than dainty food in a grand house where nobody loved me. I'm quite a stranger, and I shall be quite alone in this big town, but I shall be able to live my own life, to win independence. I shall cease to eat the bread of charity." "I see you have a proud spirit. Well, there's some factory work that's lighter than others, though it's all hard. I'll see if I can get you work to morrow, if you like. It oughtn't to be very difficult, for there isn't a rad in Brum that wouldn't befriend Boldwood's daughter." "I shall be very grateful to you," said Stella, and then turning to his wife she said, "If you would be so kind as to tell me where I can get a respectable lodging. It must be cheap, for I shall have no money except what I can earn." "A lodging? Do you mean to say you have no home in Brum?" "No. I only left Lashmar Castle this evening. I walked all the way here. I have no money, and unless people will trust me with a lodging, I must walk about in the fields all night." "Or go to the casual ward at the Union. Jonathan Boldwood's daughter shall do neither," said the grocer. "Look here, mother, there's Bill's room. You give this young woman a shake down in Bill's room. It's too late for her to be looking for a lodging. Time enough to think of that to-morrow morning." "You are very good," faltered Stella. She had been standing until this moment, her feet aching after her long walk, her arms strained by the weight of the little carpet bag. There was a stool in the shop, and now she ventured to seat herself, feeling that she was really among friends. Chapman, her new protector, shut and bolted the shop door. It was a very small shop, crowded with small wares, odorous of cheese, bacon, herrings, and even of onions, a rope of which hung in a corner, in friendly neighborhood with a pile of quartern loaves. Pickled jars, cheap jam, and every variety of tinned provisions with brilliant pictorial labels filled the shelves. There was an air of rude plenty which hinted at a brisk trade, small profits, and quick returns. By this time even the old maidish daughter had assumed a friendly air. "Come into the parlor and rest yourself," she said. "We've had our bit of supper, but perhaps you'd like a crust of bread and cheese." "Of course she would," said Chapman. "Can't you see how white and tired she looks, poor child? Reg'lar done up. Bring out the loaf, Polly, and a bit of pickle, and a mug of beer." "Not any beer, thank you. Just a little bit of bread and butter, if you please." The little parlor was neatly kept. There was a stand of geraniums in front of the window, with a bird cage hanging over it. The room had a curious look to Stella after the stately splendors amidst which she had lived, but it was more homelike than the still room at Lashmore, and she liked the Chapmans better than the upper and under housemaids with whom she had spent one weary period of her life. Polly's heart softened to her as she sat there in the gaslight, looking so pale and faint and helpless, so utterly different from the robust young women and the obese matrons who patronized Mr. Chapman's shop. She looked like some wan white flower that had grown in the depths of a wood, remote from the sun. Polly was a devourer of periodical literature, and she began to imagine a romantic history for Boldwood's daughter, who had come in among them in such a sudden, mysterious way. The name and history of Jonathan Boldwood were not unknown to Miss Chapman. She had gone with her father to hear the demagogue at open-air meetings when she was a young girl. She had been moved by the enthusiasm of the crowd, and had felt that this strong, rugged-looking man with the deep, sonorous voice was in some wise a hero, and had admired him, hardly knowing why. And now she looked with interest at this girl with the large dark eyes and small pale face, which in its delicate fashioning had a deeper charm than mere sensuous beauty. She seated herself on the little horsehair sofa beside Stella, and drew closer to her, while Mrs. Chapman was bustling about between the table and the cupboard where the provisions were kept. "It must have been very nice living at Lashmar Castle," she said, devouring Stella with her keen, inquisitive eyes. "I saw the place on the outside, and the gardens and statues and fountains and things, one Bank Holiday when a lot of us drove that way in a break, and tea'd at the inn in the village. What a lovely old house! I don't think I should have wanted to run away from such a home as that." "I don't think you would have been happy in a house where nobody cared for you." "Ah, but didn't somebody care for you? Wasn't there some one who cared too much, perhaps? Some one above you in station, a lord, perhaps, some one you could have loved with all your heart, only you durstn't." "I don't know what you mean," answered Stella, drawing herself up haughtily, and beginning to think that Miss Chapman was even worse than the housemaids. "The only person I ever loved in that house was the last Lord Lashmore, who died when I was a child." "Ah, he was good to you, wasn't he? I've heard the story many a time. Just like a novel, only it goes to one's heart more. But the present Lord Lashmar, hasn't he been kind to you? What a fine man he is! I've seen him drive his four-in-hand through Brum. Such a handsome fellow, just what a lord ought to be. Wasn't he kind, like his brother?" "He was the very opposite of his brother in every way. Please don't talk about him." "Don't tease her, Polly," said the mother, cutting a slice of bread and butter. "Don't you see how tired she is, poor child, and she don't want to be worried. Now, my dear, try and eat a bit of supper, while I go up and get your room ready. It's clean, anyhow, that I'll answer for." The little bedroom on the half-flight, which had been the son's room, son now away on a big engineering job in the Mediterranean, was as clean as soap and water and unstinted labor could make it. Stella lay down to rest in the narrow bed, so utterly weary that she felt like a child in its mother's lap, helpless, careless almost of all things except that sweet sense of rest, unanxious as to what the morrow might bring forth, leaving all to Providence, which had been so kind to her to-night. The room was very small. It seemed to Stella like a box, the sides of which were close enough for her to touch with her outspread hands, but it was a friendly shelter, and she was too tired to wonder at being in a strange place. She slept deliciously till 7, when she was awakened by much movement in the house. She got up and dressed herself and went downstairs, where she found the Chapman family breakfasting in a snug little kitchen, with whitewashed walls and a dresser rich in cheap crockery. Stella was welcomed to the breakfast table and introduced to the family cat, which was a personage of distinction in the household, and which took kindly to the stranger. "They know their friend," said the good-natured Chapman. "I've seen that cat swell out his tail as thick as a German sausage at the sight of a stranger, and spit and snarl. He do as bad as a rattlesnake. Don't you, Tom?" Tom rubbed himself against his patron's legs in acknowledgment of this idiosyncrasy. He was black and big and sleek, and had white stockings of miraculous purity, considering that he spent most of his life under the grate. "Do you know, Miss Boldwood," began the grocer in a hearty tone, "me and my missus and Polly here have just had our little mag about you, and we've come to the conclusion that there ain't no use in your worriting about factory work. It ain't in your line, and you wouldn't do no good at it. What is there now as you could do? There's pens, and there's pins, and there's lucifers. Fancy them pretty little fingers toiling at lucifers. You wouldn't be half as clever at it as the Brum girls who've done it from their cradles. You'd find you wasn't in it, as the saying is, and you'd feel humiliated and downhearted." "I must bear that," said Stella firmly. "I have to earn my bread somehow." "Somehow, yes, that's where it is. You ain't bound to earn your bread in a factory. If you feel it's in you to write pretty stories and make your name as a writer, why not begin at it?" Stella sighed and shook her head. "I've read over and over again of the difficulty of beginning such a life," she said. "It is almost impossible to earn a living at the first. There must be years wasted, a long apprenticeship to labor, disappointment, and dependence. Now I have no one to help me. I must earn my bread while I am trying to write something that may bring me money later." "Ah, but you can't do that while you're earning your bread in a factory, my lass," said Chapman. "Don't dream of such a thing. It ain't to be done. A factory will take it out of you. There'll be nothing left in you for inventing pretty stories. Now, if you could get a bit of copying to do, it'd be different. There is a common idea that money may always be made by copying or translating. People have the vaguest notion of what there is to be translated or copied. No one asks himself or herself why this perennial flow of French novels or legal documents, whence they come and whither they go, but the idea prevails that the woman who can put French into English or copy a manuscript in a fair round hand may always find genteel employment. "Yes, I could do copying or translating," answered Stella. "I know 2 or 3 languages, French, German, Italian, Latin, and Greek." "Lord a mercy on us! One language helps another when one is fond of languages," said Stella modestly. "Lord Lashmar taught me the beginning, and when he was gone I taught myself. My books were my only friends. Why, you ought to be able to make a fortune." "And you have written stories?" asked Polly, deeply interested. "Regular novels?" "Not so long as ordinary novels. Stories about as long as 1 volume of a novel. They are very foolish, I dare say, but it was a kind of happiness to me to write them. They took me out of my own life." "Yes, I can understand that," said Polly. "They lifted you up into a different world, where all things were beautiful. I've felt that often when I've been reading, sitting here in this little kitchen. I've fancied myself in some lovely drawing room, where the curtains were all velvet and lace, and where the ladies threw out a cloud of perfume as they glided about, and where there was the sound of a fountain from the conservatory, and palms. I do so love palms. I never saw one, but the very look of the word is lovely. And then when I look up and see this old kitchen of ours, and the Dutch clock and the warming pan there, all so common and homely, I feel as if I had wakened out of a delicious dream." "Yes, and that's how you neglect the housework, or let any one stand in the shop till they're tired of waiting to be served," said the practical Mrs. Chapman. "I do think as how novel reading is the bane of a young woman's life." "There's times for everythink, and novel reading ain't no harm at the proper time," said the more liberal husband. "Of an evening, when the day's work is pretty well over, I'd rather see my daughter with her nose in a novel than hear her wag her tongue about her neighbours, and talk of things which she didn't ought even to know about, much less talk of. A novel's safer reading for a respectable young female than a newspaper any day." "Have you your stories with you?" asked Polly. Stella blushed at the question. "Yes, I brought all my papers with me in that little carpet bag." "Would you mind letting me read one? I'm not much of a judge, but I've read a good many novels that I've got from the Free Library," pleaded Polly. "If you would like to read one." "I should of all things. And, father, don't you think Jem Barsby might help Miss Boldwood in some way? He's a clever young man, and they think a lot of him at the office." Jem Barsby was a hanger-on, or admirer, of Polly's, who was not actually engaged to her, had not been promoted to the proud position of keeping company, but who was allowed to walk out with her occasionally, as a worthy young man who knew his place and might be trusted, which confidence, seeing that Polly was 7 years his senior, was not undeserved. Jem was a printer's reader and factotum at the office of the Independent, and ranked as a literary man among the Chapmans and their circle. Now it seemed to Polly that Jem's influence ought to smooth the paths of literature for any beginner. "Do let me have a read of one of your stories," entreated Polly. "I'll tell you what it is, Miss Boldwood, you'd better stay with us for a week or two, while you look about you," said honest Chapman. "Jonathan Boldwood's daughter shall never want for a home while I've a roof over my head. We're homely people, mother and me, but Polly there has cultivated her mind a bit, and she'll be company for you. Stay with us as long as you like, my dear." Mrs. Chapman added a kindly word of her own to confirm the invitation, and Polly put her arm round Stella's neck and kissed her. "I don't often take to any one, but I have took to you," she said, "and I think it's because you've got a mind. I worship mind." Stella's eyes filled with sudden tears. "You are all so good to me," she faltered, "and I value your kindness all the more because it is given for my father's sake, my dear father, whose face I can hardly remember. Till yesterday I used to hope and dream about seeing him again, that he would come back to me from the other side of the world, and yesterday I was told how he died in the attempt to save me." She burst into a passionate fit of sobbing, and it was some minutes before she could tranquilize herself, even with the aid of Polly's comforting hugs. "Yes, I will stay with you, if I may, kindest friends," she said. "I shall be happier, more at peace here than I can be anywhere else." More at peace. Yes, it was peace she sighed for. At the castle she had not been at peace. There had been a passionate revolt for ever going on in her soul, a revolt against that servitude which she bore so meekly, a sense of wounded pride which a princess of the blood royal might have felt, and she had never suffered that agony of inward shame so acutely as when Victorian was at the castle. His very presence under that roof moved her to rebellion. So the friendly compact between the demagogue's daughter and that honest and somewhat mild Radical Mr. Chapman was sealed. Stella was to occupy the little room on the half light as long as she liked, and was to have as many little stone bottles of ink out of the shop, and as many of those steel nibs which Mr. Chapman bought at 7d. a gross and retailed at 4 a penny, as ever she chose to consume. She was to be free from the burden of sordid daily cares, and might scribble away to her heart's content, filling the little room with spirits as vast and wonderful as the Afreet that came out of the fisherman's bottle. Polly spent the whole day devouring a manuscript story, and wholly absorbed in the fiction, and even offering the writer the tribute of an occasional tear. Jem Barsby dropped in at tea-time, not the elegant 5 o'clock tea of polite life, but a solid 7 o'clock meal, which marked the close of the day's labour, and served at once for tea and supper. At this autumnal season sausages were supposed to be in their prime, and bloaters still meritorious. Very savoury was the board which Mrs. Chapman spread in her cosy little kitchen, where the family meals were usually eaten, with one ceremonious exception made in favour of Sunday tea, which was always served in the parlour. Jem listened intently to the account of Miss Boldwood's literary proclivities, and to Polly's glowing description of the story she had just been reading. "We ought to be able to find something for you to do at our place," said Jem, grandly, with the air of a sub-editor at the very least. "Do you think you could manage a London letter?" "Lor, Jem, why, she's never been in London in her life." "Ah," sighed Mr. Barsby, "that's against it, ain't it? Or else if she had a nice smart way of putting any little bit of news or scandal she could pick up, I might get our folks to start a lounger at the clubs, don't you see?" The Chapmans saw the possibility of this. Had Stella been altogether a different person? Or if she'd been thoroughly up to trap about the theatres now? Half a column of green room gossip 3 times a week would go down like butterscotch with our subscribers. "But, my dear Jem," remonstrated Polly, vexed at her admirer's obtuseness, "Miss Boldwood is a novelist, a born novelist. She has written the loveliest story I've read for ever so long." "Ah, but that's a big line. I don't see a chance for her with that game. Why, our proprietors give their thousands and 1500s down for a feuilleton, and they want big names. If she were only to make a success now, they'd have her to morrow. Perhaps if she was to knock off a little story for the Christmas number, I might get our chief to look at it, and if he were to like it, and could find room for it, there'd be a £5 note in Miss Boldwood's pocket, and it would be getting in the thin end of the wedge into the bargain." "I'll try," said Stella. "It is very kind of you to interest yourself for me." Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of One Thing Needful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One Thing Needful by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 18. The oracles are dumb. Lord Lashmar's telegram to Mr. Nestorius, sent as soon as the village post-office opened on the morning after Stella's flight, brought no reply until late in the afternoon, when there came an answer from a ducal seat in the neighbourhood of Edinburgh, to the effect that Mr. Nestorius would be at Lashmore Castle next morning. "He is not afraid to face us," said Lashmar, relieved by this reply, for in spite of her ladyship's conviction to the contrary, he had been tortured all last night and all that day by a rankling suspicion that Nestorius had induced Stella to elope with him, and that his intentions were not altogether honourable. Lady Carminow did not attempt to hide her disgust at the fuss that was being made about Stella's flight. "I had no idea that Lady Lashmar's reading girl was the most important person in the house," she said at luncheon, when Lashmar, who was utterly unskilled in concealing his feelings, fretted and fumed at the non-arrival of any reply to his telegram, and the non-result of his own inquiries in Brum, where he had spent the morning tramping about with a detective. "She is very important to my mother," answered Lashmar, moodily. "No one else can read as well, and to be read to is the only relief for my mother's nerves. You should write to Mrs. Dallas for a good reader. I dare say in her elocution classes she has a dozen girls who can read better than Miss Boldwood. I doubt it, with her reading was a gift. Voice, enunciation, all were perfect. To hear her read Milton was like church music. I happened to go into her ladyship's room one morning in the middle of Lycidas, and I stopped on the threshold, spellbound, till the poem was finished." "What a pity you did not secure her by a more binding engagement," sneered Clarisse. "You should have made her Lady Lashmar, and then she would have been always on the spot to read to you and your mother." Lady Carmagnol's womanly instinct understood Lashmar's feelings better than he did himself. She had not been without suspicions upon the subject before to day. There had been something in his manner of speaking about Stella that indicated hidden fires, and to day she knew for certain that he had fallen in love with the creature, was under the very same unholy influence that had bewitched Nestorius, the charm of a pale, strange loveliness, and eyes of dark, unfathomable depth. Lashmar reddened angrily, but refrained from speech. "Why didn't you consult a clairvoyante?" drawled Mrs. Vavasour. "You would only have to take a bit of one of the young woman's frocks to a good clairvoyante, and he or she would be able to tell you where this young person is, and all about her." "Unhappily, I have not any good clairvoyante in my visiting book," answered Lashmar, curtly. "Oh, but there must be one in Brum. There are always clairvoyantes everywhere. Instead of going about that great straggling place with a stupid detective, you should have found a clairvoyante, and had her (the best are always women) put into a mesmeric trance." "There may be something in your idea, Mrs. Vavasour," Lashmar replied, more amiably. "I'll go over to Brum this afternoon, and hunt for some modern witch of Endor. If I am imposed upon, it will be only so much time wasted. Nothing could have been more hopeless than my exploration with the detective." "I cannot help being amused at your simplicity in supposing that this young person has gone no further than the nearest town," exclaimed Clarisse, with open scorn. "Is it not much more likely that she is in London or Paris?" "If you will take the trouble to comprehend that she had absolutely no money when she left the castle," began Lashmar, angrily. "But I cannot comprehend that. She may have had no money from you, or from her ladyship, but is it so certain that she could not get money from some one else? I'm sure, judging by Mr. Nestorius's air, when those two were walking in the park together at dusk the other evening, if she had said, 'Lend me £50,' he would have rushed to his cheque-book that instant. I do not think, little as I know of her, that she would ask Mr. Nestorius for £50 or for £5. Yet the suggestion startled him, remembering that little scene on the terrace, which implied some very warm feeling, such as grateful affection, for instance, on Stella's part. Perhaps she had taken a gift of money from Mr. Nestorius in order to flee away from a hateful bondage. Whatever evil thing she has done, or whatever harm may happen to her, it all must lie at our door, he thought, meaning himself and his mother. Lady Lashmar had not appeared that day. She was much troubled by Stella's flight, and sorely missed her quiet ministrations, but she was troubled far more by the way in which Victorian had taken the event. Why should he be so grieved, so angry, he who had affected to despise and dislike his dead brother's protégé? That suggestion about the mesmerist came from a very foolish person, and was doubtless utterly foolish in itself, but Lashmar had fretted himself into a mood in which he felt that he must be doing something, no matter what, by way of hunting after the missing girl. Yes, he would go and find out a clairvoyante, if there were indeed such a person to be found in Brum. Natural means having failed, he would try the supernatural. He ordered his phaeton, and then went off in quest of that scrap of raiment or personal belonging which Mrs. Vavasour had told him would be necessary to bring the seer en rapport with the subject of her search. Thinking over the past, that long ago period of his half-brother's death and his own sudden elevation from the playing fields of Eton to the ownership of Lashmar and all its belongings, he remembered the orphan girl's dangerous illness and Betty's devotion to her. He had seen Betty about the house from time to time, and her appearance had always recalled that tower room and a conversation between him and his mother one stormy afternoon, while the child lay in the inner chamber, ill of brain fever. Recalling that conversation now, he remembered his own hardness, his utter want of sympathy with that young life, his powerlessness to comprehend the greatness of her loss. He had urged his mother to send her to some orphanage or charity school, he remembered, and it had seemed to him that it would be sufficient for her to be well fed and decently clad in some school uniform, and taught the humblest drudgery by which she might earn her bread when she came to womanhood. Yes, he had been hard, unsympathetic, cruel, with the inherent cruelty of selfish boyhood. How different from that tender nature of his brother's which he had once despised, and which he now began to admire. He went to the corridor outside her ladyship's rooms, and knocked at the door of that small apartment which was sacred to Barker. "I want to see your niece, Barker, the young woman who used to look after Stella." Betty was sent for, and appeared with swollen eyelids and all the traces of a night of tears. "What have you been crying about?" asked his lordship sternly. "I could not help it, my lord. It was such a blow. If she should have drowned herself—" "Drowned herself!" cried Lashmore in an awful voice. "How dare you say such a thing?" Drowned herself! His heart seemed to stop beating at the thought of such a calamity. A girl driven from that house by a long series of unkindnesses on his mother's part, sheer brutality on his own side, by cruel speeches and shameful taunts, driven to suicide as the nearest easiest refuge. The river was so near, and she had so loved the river, had spent so many a summer day upon that tranquil stream. How well he remembered seeing her sitting in the sunshine, a childish little figure, squatting on a Persian rug at the bottom of the punt, while Hubert reclined near her surrounded with books, lounging through the summer day in studious indolence. Victorian had passed them many a time among the rushes, wandering with his rod, fly-fishing, scorning his brother's repose, wondering at the spooniness of a man who could spend his days in the company of a child and a dog or two. Drowned herself! He recalled the deadly pallor of her face, the angry light in her eyes as she told him that she was going to march. What if that pale intent look heralded a desperate resolve? And then memory went further back, and recalled the scene of 7 years ago when he had turned her out of the library because she had been rude to Clarisse. What a wretch he had been to her from the very beginning! He could respect her now for having repulsed Clarisse's velvety caress and soft purring pity. Those childish eyes had seen into the artificiality of the young beauty's character, had not been hoodwinked by sweet false smiles. Drowned herself? No, he would not think that dark thought, and yet vivid imagination pictured her lying among the rushes, her streaming hair caught and tangled amidst the wild sweet flowers that thrive beside the river, those starry eyes glazed in death, gazing upward to their kindred stars. O God! If she had done this thing, driven to that wild act by his foul tongue, would he not stand forever accursed as her murderer, as a fool who had a precious jewel left in his care, and who trampled upon it and flung it away? "I will have the river dragged tonight," he thought secretly after dark. "I'll go out with the men myself. There shall be no talk, no scandal." Then, after a hurried turn or two in the corridor, he went back to the spot where he had left Betty, who had been quietly crying and wiping her poor inflamed eyes all the time. "I want you to give me something that belonged to Miss Boldwood," he said, "something she has worn, or was fond of." Betty stared at him in blank wonder. What motive could he have in asking such a thing, he who had never shown the slightest kindness to her, poor dear? But Betty came of a race in whom obedience to superiors was an instinct, and she did her best to comply with his lordship's strange demand. "Perhaps you would like to see her old rooms," she faltered. "There's lots of things belonging to her there." "Yes, let me see the rooms." He ran up to the tower, followed breathlessly by Betty. The rooms had been left undisturbed. Lashmore Castle had never been so full of visitors as to necessitate the occupation of this tower. The sitting room and bedroom were exactly as they had been in Stella's childhood. Stella's pretty little white-curtained bed stood ghost-like in one corner, and there was Betty's simple pallet in another. There, too, in sitting-room and bedroom, were all those toys and ornaments which Hubert had lavished on his adopted daughter, the peacock's feathers and Indian fans and Chinese slippers and ivory chessmen. and the silver casket with its modest collection of trinkets. There's been nothing touched since his lordship died," said Betty. "You mean that Stella never had any of these things in her possession after my brother's death?" interrogated Lashmar. "No, my lord. Her ladyship sent her to sleep in the housemaid's dormitory at the other end of the castle, and this room has been kept locked up ever since. Her ladyship thought the rooms might be wanted some day for visitors, and then there were alterations to be made, but till her ladyship gave fresh orders everything was to be left as it was." "But these things belong to Miss Boldwood," said Lashmar. "They are her personal property." "They were certainly given to her," replied Betty meekly, "but with a child of her age, of course that doesn't count." "But it does count," muttered Lashmar. "Nobody has the right to break faith with a child. If my brother gave her these things, they were hers." "It was her ladyship's wish that nothing should be removed from this room," said Betty, "and there the things are, just as they were left after his lordship's death. I did take upon myself to bring away a few books. She fretted after her books so sadly, poor child, and her books were the only pleasure she had. Such a child to read, and such a child to learn, I never saw. Night after night she used to sit up, with her poor little ends of candle. The half-burned candles are the under butler's perquisites, you know, my lord, and he used to give me a few odd bits, poring over her grammars and her dictionaries, till I thought she'd wear her poor eyes out. And at the same time she did all the sewing that was required of her, and never disobeyed the head housemaid in anything. It was a hard life for such a young creature to lead." "Yes, it was too hard a life. Her ladyship should have sent her to school. This was no place for her," said Lashmar, shortly. He did not want to impugn his mother's conduct, least of all in the hearing of a servant, and yet he felt there had been cruelty. He recalled that stormy afternoon, the last, the only time he had ever been in this room, and that he himself in hardness had out-Heroded Herod. He had been even more cruel than his mother, had suggested some charitable institution, poor food and coarse raiment, daily toil and the livery of dependence. He had thought anything good enough for that life with which he had no sympathy. It had never entered into his thoughts that this existence, which he would have dealt with offhand, was gifted with exceptional intellect, richly endowed by nature, and of a force to stand against unmerited misfortune. He recalled that tall, willowy form, the perfect carriage of the head, the grace and dignity of every movement. Repression and ill usage had been powerless to degrade nature's gifts. The girl had grown up a lady in spite of her surroundings. Tyranny had failed to humiliate her. "No, she has not destroyed herself," he thought. He would not let himself think so poorly of her. Such a rich young life would not be lightly flung away at the first keen sense of wrong. A girl who had endured years of bondage and risen superior to all repressing influences was not likely to drown herself in a fit of temper. "Miss Boldwood took a bag away with her," he said, after a long silence, during which he had been looking idly at those objects which had been the treasures of a happy childhood, the trinkets and playthings and curiosities from far-off lands. "Do you know what was in it?" "Only a few of her books, my lord, just those she was fondest of. I missed them off the shelf in her room, and a change of clothes, perhaps, nothing more. It was only a small carpet bag." "I should not think her wardrobe was very extensive," said Lashmar. "She always wore the same gown." "She had just the same as the rest of us, my lord. 3 gowns a year, 2 every day, and 1 bettermost." "One bettermost gown! Oh, the pretty vanities of girlhood, to be reduced to this! Oh, shade of Queen Elizabeth, with 100 gowns in her wardrobe, what time grim death snatched her from need of earthly raiment, save one poor garment of woolen! 1 bettermost black stuff gown in a year, and 2 for common wear, the same as the rest of us, which meant upper and under housemaids. Perhaps the very scullery and vegetable maids had as much in the republic of servitude. No wonder she had fled from such barbarity. No wonder, either, that she had angled for a rich husband." "I want you to give me a piece of one of her everyday gowns," said Lashmar, approaching the subject somewhat awkwardly. "Just a scrap of the stuff, cut off anywhere. A cuff, for instance." "Yes, my lord," answered Betty, as if he had asked for a glass of water. "You can go and fetch it while I stay here." Betty curtsied and went off to obey. He was glad to be alone in this tower sitting-room, to be free to walk to and fro and look about him. Out of the window yonder over the elm-tree tops towards the blue broad reach of river, or at the bookshelves and dainty contrivances within, the work-baskets and desk and picture-books and the life-size photograph of his dead brother yonder, only the fine intellectual head looking out of a dark background. No wonder she loved him, no wonder she hates me, he said to himself. Betty came back with a black merino cuff cut neatly off the sleeve and pinned in a sheet of note-paper. This came off one of her everyday gowns, I suppose one that she has worn a good deal. Yes, sir, I took it off the oldest of her gowns. The stuff is almost threadbare. That will do. He put it in his pocket, wondering what the discreet Betty was thinking behind that serious countenance of hers. The phaeton was at the door when he went down to the hall. He only stopped to inquire if there were any telegrams, and finding no tidings from the suspected Nestorius, he drove off at once on his way back to Brum. On arriving at that commercial centre, Lord Lashmore went straight to the police station. Had there been any news of the missing girl since the morning? No, there had been nothing heard of any young person answering to the description. The want of a photograph of the party was mentioned as a stumbling block. The police officer seemed to consider it strange and even scandalous that in a Christian land any young woman could have grown up without having been photographed. Lashmar asked if there were any person professing to be a clairvoyant resident in Brum. The sergeant thought not. Clairvoyance was out of date. Mediums and thought-readers and gentlemen who wrote upon slates were all the rage nowadays. There was no call for clairvoyance. There wasn't a living to be made in that line. Much disgusted at these replies, Lord Lashmar drove off to the hospital, where he saw the head physician. That gentleman was not an enthusiastic believer in mesmerism, or any ism of a distinctly unprofessional character. He had heard of no professed mesmerist or clairvoyant in that part of the world of late years, and a good job too, he added bluntly. Lashmar drove off, still more disgusted. He had expected broader views from the faculty. He had the threadbare black cuff in his breast pocket, just above his heart, but where was the gifted creature who could give him tidings of her who had worn it? Why could not he, who was so intensely troubled by this girl's disappearance, project his mind into space and seek her out, wherever she might be? What poor creatures we are, hemmed in forever by the narrow precincts of actual existence. There was nothing for him to do but to go back to the castle as soon as his horses' mouths had been washed out. He left the phaeton in the hotel yard, and sauntered listlessly along the street, looking at shop windows and window bills in sheer vacancy of mind, and it was in this condition that he almost ran into his old acquaintance, Mr. Stokes, of Avondale, the family practitioner, who attended Lady Lashmar in all her slighter disorders, and had even been allowed to see her ladyship's only son safely through the regulation diseases of childhood. Stokes was an enthusiastic angler, and he and Victorian had often gone fly-fishing together in the Etonians' summer holidays. "You are the very person I want to see," said Stokes. "I heard of you at the hospital just now, inquiring for a mesmerist. I'd been up there to see one of my parishioners in the surgical ward. Compound fracture, very pretty case, and old Pettifer told me you had been inquiring for a mesmerist. What a very odd game." "It isn't a game at all," answered Lashmar, with an irritated air, not at all relishing Stokes's light-mindedness. "I have a particular reason for wanting to find a mesmerist, and I thought Dr. Pettifer a prejudiced old fool." "He is," answered Stokes pleasantly. "You were quite right there. I don't know anything about mesmerism nowadays. We seem to have gone beyond it somehow. But if a medium can be of any use to you, I think I can introduce you to one of the best in England. I was going to the line on the chance of finding you when you very nearly capsized me." "How kind of you, Stokes. A medium? You mean spirit rapping and that kind of thing?" "I believe it is something in that way. I have never seen the young lady perform, but I am told she is really wonderful." "Is she a public performer, a person who exhibits her supernatural powers for money? Nothing of the kind. She is a young woman who lives with a very eccentric old lady on the outskirts of this town, an old lady who used to live near Avondale, and whom I've known from my boyhood. She was my father's patient, and she is my patient, and she's as mad as a March hare, but perfectly harmless. Her latest craze, taken up nearly 20 years ago, is spiritualism. She discovered remarkable gifts in a little girl who used to run errands for her dressmaker, a motherless and fatherless waif, of whose actual parentage nobody can give any account. Old Mrs. Minchin was so struck with this child, then about 9 years old, that she adopted her, and the two have been playing the queerest pranks in the spiritualistic line ever since. The old lady is as tough as crocodile's hide, and is likely to live well on into her second century, but I'm afraid the girl is doomed. She is highly hysterical and slightly epileptic, and I believe she has worn out her young life in calling up spirits for old Mrs. Minchin. If you would like to see her—" "I should above all things," interrupted Lashmar. "I think I could manage it. Have you time to drive as far as Thorley?" Thorley was one of the genteel suburbs of Brum, on the edge of the country. Time, indeed! Lashmar felt as if he had time to go to the moon. He took the doctor back to the hotel, and they both got into the phaeton and drove off to Thorley to see what could be done with old Mrs. Minchin, who was not always disposed to be civil or communicative. Her moods were understood to depend on the spirits. When they were placable, she ran over with amiability. Lashmar had always ridiculed spiritualistic performances and pretensions of all kinds. For mesmerism or clairvoyance he had a faint, half-hearted belief, but for the floaters in the air, and the rappers on the underside of tables, and the flourishes of spirit hands, generally turning out on investigation to be mortal feat, he had no respect whatever. And yet so weak is humanity, that, impelled as it were by that threadbare cuff in his breast pocket, he burned with impatience to behold and to interrogate Mrs. Minchin's supernaturally endowed protégée. Beyond the modern suburb of Thorley, with its smart villas suggestive of retired tradesmen, there was a straggling old village of shabbiest cottages, and beyond the village there was a bleak stretch of common, and on one side of the common, remote from the high road and approachable only by a muddy lane, stood the house of Mrs. Minchin. It was an old and gloomy-looking house in a large neglected garden, and seemed altogether a fitting tabernacle for wandering spirits to go in and out of. Lashmar and Stokes were shown into the most dismal drawing-room the former had ever seen, a large low room, with the faded wall-paper and furniture of the ponderous school, just old enough to be hideous, and not old enough to be interesting. There was no fire, and the room smelt of mildew. Here they waited a quarter of an hour, in the hope of at least seeing Mrs. Minchin, if not the medium. But the elderly parlour-maid, who had taken Mr. Stokes's message, reappeared after that lapse of time, and informed him that Mrs. Minchin was engaged in a séance, and could not see any one that evening. "It was almost as much as my place was worth to knock at her door with your message," she told the doctor, "but I was anxious to oblige you. She will see Lord Lashmar to-morrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, if he would like to call." Lashmar begged the servant to tell Mrs. Minchin that he would wait upon her at 4 o'clock precisely, but that if she could find it in her heart to receive him sooner, a telegram to that effect would add to his sense of obligation. "And you can tell your mistress that his lordship is a staunch believer," added Stokes. "Nothing would induce her to see him if she didn't think that," answered the servant. "We all have to be believers here." "What, the cook and all?" asked Lashmar, tickled in spite of himself at the idea of a household of spiritualists. "Oh yes, my lord, cook's a believer, but cooking don't count for much in this house, and no cook would stay here that wanted to keep her hand in. I don't think missus ever knows what she is eating." There was no more to be done. Lord Lashmar left his card, which would have been a thing of beauty and a joy for ever to any householder in those smart villas yonder, but which was as naught to a lady who had intimate relations with far more distinguished members of the peerage, to wit, Lord Bacon, Lord Byron, and Lord Brougham, with the last of whom she had held long conversations as to his conduct in the famous Caroline trial, while the poet had apologized to her for the unholier passages of his Don Juan, and the philosopher had communicated newly developed theories which went far beyond anything in his published works. Lashmar drove Mr. Stokes back to Avondale through the autumn dusk, amidst odours of damp fallen leaves, newly upturned earth, and weed burning. "How is your poor brother's protégée, the little maid I attended through a bad attack of brain fever?" asked Stokes by and by, for the sake of conversation. "I was surprised to see what a fine grown young woman she had become when I met her in the park the other day." Lashmar felt glad that his countenance was hidden by the shades of night, as he answered, "Well, the fact is, we are in some trouble about her. She has chosen to leave us abruptly, without explanation or apology, and we are infernally anxious about her," added Lashmar, forgetting himself. "Oh, but I don't see why you should be anxious if she has acted ungratefully. That is her look out. I suppose she has gone to some situation that she likes better. Girls are so frivolous. But I'm disappointed in her, for I always thought her a head and shoulders above the common type of girl." Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of One Thing Needful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One Thing Needful by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 19. It means that I am a brute. Mr. Nestorius's telegram was in the hall when Lord Lashmar returned to the castle, and Nestorius himself arrived at 9:30 o'clock next morning, startling the select few who remained after the shooters had gone off to their sport. Neither Lady Carminal nor Mrs. Vavasour appeared at this early meal, and Lady Sophia always accompanied the shooters when there was no hunting. So the select few on this occasion consisted of Lord Lashmar, Mrs. Mulciber, and Captain Vavasour, who had stayed at home to work at a new novel in which all his dramatis personae were gradually coming to life at an average of 11 descriptive pages for every character. On these burst Nestorius, haggard and pallid after a sleepless night in the Scotch mail. "Have you found her?" he asked agitatedly. "No, nor any tidings of her," answered Lashmar, rising. "If you will come to the library, I will tell you what I have been doing." Mrs. Mulciber looked deeply disappointed. She liked to have her finger in every family pie, and she thought she knew a good deal more about Mr. Nestorius's feelings for the missing girl than anybody else in the castle. She was eager to comfort and give advice, to make the statesman her own in his hour of trouble, just as she had so impounded many other important personages. But here was Lashmar carrying off her prey. She started up from her chair and moved quickly to the door, as if to cut off Nestorius's retreat. "If I can be of any use," she cooed softly. "Stella and I were great friends. I don't think there is any one else in this house in whom she confided as freely." Nestorius fixed her with his keen grey eyes. "Do you know where she has gone, or why she went?" he asked decisively. Mrs. Mulciber hesitated, preparing a diplomatic answer. "You don't?" said Nestorius, answering for her. "Then you can't help us," and he followed Lord Lashmar out of the room. "I could at least have advised them," murmured Mrs. Mulciber, going back to her breakfast. "It has been my fate to see so much of the side scenes of life." "You must have had the most interesting experiences," said Vavasour, finishing off a grouse. "Let us make ourselves comfortable while those two fools fuss and twaddle about that dark-eyed girl, with whom, I believe, they are both in love." and I take it she has run away in order to bring one or other of 'em to the point. I want you to tell me all the little details of Lady Banbury's elopement. It is just one of those stories that a touch-and-go novelist can work upon, and the details are everything. Imagination can give the broad lines of a story, but it is hard fact to which one must go for details, the one touch of nature, don't you know, like that story of the lady at Brighton, who, after she had just left her husband's house to bolt with her lover, leaving the door open behind her, faltered and turned in a fit of remorse, and would have gone back, only the wind blew the door, and it shut in her face. Dramatic, wasn't it? Yet a novelist would hardly have invented the blowing to of the door. "Why, in heaven's name, did she leave this house?" exclaimed Nestorius, alone with Lashmore in the library. "What made her do such a thing? She seemed to me tolerably contented with her fate, resigned to live on as she was living, till her literary talent found an opening, and gave her independence. And yet within a few hours of my leaving her, she rushes away as if she were driven by the Furies. What can it mean?" "It means that I am a brute," answered Lashmar, standing before Nestorius with downcast brow and a dogged air. "Yes, a brute. I've always been a brute to that girl, from the hour when my poor brother first brought her into this house to the hour she left it, driven out of it by my foul tongue. You do well to talk of the Furies. That girl has been my nemesis. She has brought the sin of pride of birth, the overweening confidence in caste, home to me. She has made me feel what a poor worm I am, and that in gentlemanly feeling I rank lower than the lowest iron worker in Brum. I set my face against her from the first. I was resolved to see nothing but evil in her. I was hard, cold, cruel, pitiless, saw her youth blighted by hard usage, and never entered one plea in her behalf. And then, when I came back to the castle the other day, and saw her grown to graceful womanhood, saw her strange and spiritual beauty, I was angry with myself for admiring her. I was angry with her for being so superior to her station, for giving the lie to all my prejudices. The more I found myself yielding to the spell of her mystical beauty, the more I set myself against her, wrestling with the inclination to see more of her, tearing myself from the room when she was reading to my mother, shunning her at all times and in all places, as if she had breathed infection. And yet I could not pluck her from my heart, and her image haunted me, and I started up out of my sleep, fancying that her voice was in my ears, those deep, low tones which gave new melodies to Keats and Milton. I hated myself for falsifying every principle of my life, which was to see perfection only in the well-born, and every grace that attracted me to her was an offence against my pride, and made me more resentful of her existence. It was in this mood that I watched you and her the night before last from yonder window. I saw her throw herself at your feet and kiss your hand, and I was mad with rage at the spectacle. I accused her of trying to entrap you with an offer, playing for high stakes." "You accused her of trying to entrap me?" cried Nestorius. "Did you do that, Lashmar? How wise and far-seeing you young men are! What if I tell you that I had just asked her to be my wife, asked her with as earnest entreaty as ever man made to the woman of his choice? I had so asked her, and she had refused me. It was friendship, gratitude, which she offered me on her knee, all unworthy as I am. Love she could not give me. She refused to marry you? She, my mother's slave? Yes, it is strange, is it not? She has not seen enough of the world to have learnt how to sell herself to the highest bidder. She has curious primitive notions that a woman can only give herself in marriage to the man she loves. And she does not love me." "She is a strange being," murmured Lashmar, walking to the nearest window and staring out into the garden, with his face averted from Nestorius. He had taunted her as an adventuress and a husband-huntress, this right-minded, resolute creature who had refused the utmost promotion to which a girl in her position could aspire, a rich, indulgent husband, highly placed, famous, having all qualities calculated to charm women, except youth. Why had she so flung away high fortune? Why refused such a helpmate? Simply because she did not love him. Was her young heart a blank then, or was there any one else? Yet who else could there be for her who had lived like a bird in a cage, who had never since his brother's death been in the society of any men of refinement except Nestorius and old Werner? There could be no one else. Her heart must be still unawakened to the mystery of woman's love. "You are very merciful in your silence," he said, after a long pause, returning to the front of the fireplace, where Nestorius was standing, "but no upbraiding you could bestow upon me could intensify my sense of my brutal folly. I was like a child destroying a butterfly in wanton rage at its beauty. If she were here, I would ask her pardon on my knees. I have been miserable from the hour of her flight, the abject slave of remorse. All kinds of horrors have presented themselves to my mind, even the idea of suicide, that she might have rushed down to the river and flung herself in." "No, no," interrupted Nestorius quickly. "I have no fear of such sinful folly. Her mind is too well balanced, and she has that inner consciousness of genius which is almost as an armour against the arrows of fate. Her dominant idea was that she would be able to support herself by literature, to pour out her wealth of thought and fancy in fiction. She had her day dream of a cottage near the Avon, with an old nurse of hers for housekeeper and companion. She had a scheme for the future, and in leaving this house you may be sure she went with the intention of working out her own destiny in that manner. I am not afraid of any folly on her part. My only fear is for the dangers to which her absolute inexperience of the world might expose her." "She was penniless," said Lashmar, "unless, as Lady Carmanow suggested, she had borrowed money from you." "Did Lady Carmanow make that suggestion? How like Lady Carmanow! No, she had no money from me, poor child." "You say she has literary aspirations," said Lashmar, "and you imply that she has talent for writing?" "She is more than talent, Lashmar. She has genius, original genius, rarest gift in these days of imitative art. She has genius as original and as unique as that of Charlotte Bronte, the untutored child of those lonely Yorkshire moors you and I know so well. But I will not ask you to believe this upon my assertion. You shall judge for yourself, if you will allow me to ask for my letters here." Lashmar rang the bell, and Mr. Nestorius's letters were brought, among them a packet of printer's proofs, which Nestorius opened, unrolled, and arranged in sequence with the deftness of hands accustomed to dealing with proofs. "Read for yourself," he said, "when you have an hour's leisure. That is the beginning of Stella's story. I read the whole of it in manuscript. What can she write about, she who has seen nothing of the world? Blind John Milton had never seen hell, and John Keats had never seen a Titan, and yet they contrive to write about such things with very fair effect. answered Nestorius. It seems, then, that she confided all her plans and aspirations to you, her manuscripts even. You were privileged in receiving so much of her confidence. I am her tutor's old friend, and she knew that I sympathized with her. Those two facts brought us at once en rapport. Well, now, Lashmar, what have you done towards finding her? Lord Lashmar gave a detailed account of his efforts in Brum. He blushed like a girl when he came to the story of his hunt for a clairvoyante and his call upon Mrs. Minchin. It was utter foolishness, of course, inspired by a silly woman. Yes, no doubt it is all foolishness, answered Nestorius thoughtfully, and yet how we all hanker after it, that mysterious something beyond the borderline of hard fact. But our aspirations after the supernatural have been vulgarized by modern charlatans until it is hardly possible to define the distinction between the conjurer and the sibyl. I'll go with you to the sibyl this afternoon, if you like, pour passer le temps, after we have seen the police and heard what they have done for us. And now I'm off to my old friend Werner, who may be in Stella's confidence. He was not on the night she ran away. I went to him soon after we missed her. He may have heard from her since. If he has, he ought to have let me know, answered Lashmar hotly. He must have seen how distressed I was about her disappearance. Your distress must have surprised him very much, if he did see it, said Nestorius with a touch of scorn, for I do not think he had an exaggerated idea of his pupil's importance in this house. Had you not better breakfast before you go out again? Asked Lashmar. Thanks, no. I had a kind of breakfast at the station. I'll see Werner, and then come back for a bath before luncheon. They tell me I am to have my old rooms again. Of course, there has been no new guest worthy to occupy them. Nestorius mused somewhat sadly upon his interview with Lashmar as he walked across the park in the blustery autumn morning. What a fitful, selfish, masterful spirit young love seemed to the man of mature years, who loved with an unselfish tenderness and capacity of self-sacrifice unknown to youth. And so it was love, after all, dominant, unconquerable love, which had impelled Lashmar to bitter speeches and affected scorn. He, too, had felt the strange witchery of that bright creature's personality, had been conquered, and had struggled against the victor. Did she care for him all the time? Nestorius asked himself. Was it for his sake she refused me? Was it for love of him she was cold and deaf to my prayers? I pressed her hard, tried to fathom the depths of heart and mind, but could discover no secret lurking there. Womanly pride is so close an armor. And then, after long musing, yes, she loves him. It was that which made the sting of his insolence so sharp. She loves him, caught by that young grace of his, the darkly handsome face, with its strong lines, an eagle glance, the pride of youth and strength, and undisciplined power, the radiance of a young spirit that has never known fate's reverses. Yes, she loves him. It was his image that kept her young heart sealed against me. He stands at the door and keeps me out. Middle age has no charms. She would reverence grey hairs, perhaps deem it an act of duty and devotion to give up her life to an old man. But I, the hard, active man of the world, can have no claim upon her affection, no spell for her imagination. I stand without the pale. He found Gabriel Werner with an open letter before him, brought by that morning's post. It was from Stella. There was no address, but the postmark was Brum. "You may see this letter, for it contains a message for you," said Werner, after he and Nestorius had exchanged a few friendly words, the old man much surprised at the statesman's return. "It is for your eye, but no other. Be sure you do not mention it to Lord Lashmar." "Certainly not, if she desires otherwise. You will see." Nestorius read the letter in the fine clear hand he knew so well from the girl's manuscripts. She had always striven to make her stories look as attractive as neat penmanship could make them. The idea that they would ever take the still more attractive form of print had seemed so remote a hope, and in this wise she had cultivated writing as a fine art. "Do not be unhappy about me, dear friend and master," she wrote. "I have done that which is best for my own happiness. My life at Lashmar has been a very hard one ever since my benefactor's death, and something occurred yesterday to make it unbearable. I could not stay in that house another hour. Providence has been very good to me, and I have found new friends and a new home with kind, honest people, a home in which I can work at literature until I am able to win my independence. Directly that is won, I shall come back to you and carry out the dream of my life, which is to have a cottage and a pretty garden by the river you and I love so well, the river by which I spent so many happy days in my childhood, and which always recalls the memory of the dear friend I lost. Please tell Mr. Nestorius that I thank him with all my heart for his goodness to me, and that I am happy to leave the fate of my first book in his hands. If he, who has such experience in literature, will correct the proofs of my story, it will be one more favor for which I shall be deeply grateful. If the book should be a failure, I shall be more sorry upon that kind friend's account than upon my own. God bless you, dear friend, and be sure that absence will not lessen my affection for the teacher to whom I owe so much more than my loving care can ever repay. But I look forward to the hope of having you by and by for my abiding guest in Dreamland Cottage. Don't you think that would be rather a good name for my home, if ever I am happy enough to own one? Your ever grateful pupil, Stella. P.S. On no account let anyone at the castle, except Mr. Nestorius, know that you have heard from me. "Thank God, she has not fallen among thieves," said Nestorius when he had read this letter, and yet in the next moment his heart sank within him as he asked himself whether any girl so utterly inexperienced as Stella could be trusted to discriminate between fair and foul, whether these new friends of homely class, found with such strange facility, might not be wolves in sheep's clothing. Her youth and beauty and ignorance of the world's ways were so many sources of peril. What if the kind, homely soul who had so readily extended a sheltering wing were some matron of the order cheerily indicated by the Honourable Tom Shuffleton, when he offers a haven for poor Mary? Nestorius's blood ran cold at the thought of the pitfalls that gape for unwary feet in such a city as Brum, and yet again he told himself that there is a semi-divine instinct which warns purity against contact with the impure, an instinct finer than worldly knowledge, a shred of that cast-off robe of glory which the spirit once wore in the world from whence it came. Stella's keen intellect and vivid imagination would serve her instead of the knowledge of unholy things. The demon of impurity would betray his loathsome presence in a glance or a tone, and she would flee from the destroyer as from a fiery furnace. God so guards the spirits of the pure, and Una, riding her lion, is but the type of a lofty soul passing scatheless through the habitations of evil. Notwithstanding which comforting belief, Mr. Nestorius made up his mind that he would hunt every street in Bronte until he had found Stella and her new friends. The mind of such a man is like a grand organ with a double set of keys. There is the keyboard of the enthusiast and believer, the keyboard of the skeptic and matter-of-fact man of business. It was by his power of playing on both these two keyboards with equal skill that Mr. Nestorius had been able to influence society in every grade and men of every temper. He went back to the castle and got rid of the grime and dust of a long railway journey, and issued forth from his dressing-room refreshed and rejuvenated, but he did not stay to luncheon. He left a little note for Lord Lashmore to the effect that he had an appointment in Brum, and that he would meet him at 3:30 in the coffee-room of the Lion and Lamb, when they would go together to the cave of the Sibyl. Having thus stolen a march upon Lashmore, and left himself free to pursue his inquiries unhelped and unhindered, Mr. Nestorius hired a fly in the village and drove to Brum, where he first took a hasty luncheon, and then did 3 or 4 hours' private detective work on his own account, exploring street after street, inquiring closely in all manner of shabby, respectable neighborhoods where such a girl as Stella might naturally seek for an inexpensive lodging, visiting the free library and interrogating the librarians, strolling in that dreary pleasure ground known as the People's Park, but by a strange fatality avoiding just that one long narrow street on the way to the cemetery, and that one particular chandler's shop in which the Chapmans had their dwelling place. He was weary, disheartened, and altogether disgusted with himself at 4:30, when, punctual to the very minute, he entered the hotel coffee-room, and found Lashmore drooping despondently over a local newspaper. The police had been able to tell him nothing. It was as if the earth had opened and swallowed the girl for whom they were searching. "She must have gone to London," said Lashmore. "That is the only place in which any one could so completely vanish from human ken." Nestorius knew she had not gone to London, but he held his peace. They were alone in the coffee-room, where there was no fire, and where the newly lighted gas was singing a dismal chorus. "I've been reading her story," said Lashmore. "It is delightful, so new, so powerful, altogether fresh and simple and fervent and true. To think that Boldwood's daughter should be a genius, and that kind of genius, not a vehement partisan of radical politicians, a shrieking claimant for woman's rights, but a poet, a dreamer, a weaver of fancy's most enthralling web. How she will scorn us and the cage in which we kept her! How she will laugh at her tyrants when she has burst upon the world in all the charm of her originality, and has won thousands for her friends! Such a book must make a hit." "That was what the publisher's reader told me," answered Nestorius quietly. "Publishers' readers are sometimes wrong. 3 or 4 of the tribe rejected Miss Bronte's Jane Eyre, and it is said that Vanity Fair went a begging. But this gentleman was very positive. 'Take my word for it, this book will go,' he said. 'It has all the fire and freshness of youth, and all the grace of a highly cultivated style. The writer must have fed her fancy with the very finest order of intellectual food. There is no taint of garbage from the first page to the last.' Knowing how Stella had been trained by your brother and poor old Werner, I thought this criticism argued some power of judgment on the part of the publisher's reader. Yes, she has been fed on the best food. I have laughed at seeing her poring over Homer or Virgil. My mother told me that girl knew Milton better than any one she ever met except John Bright, and that she had Shelley and Keats interwoven in her memory. She has an extraordinary power of memory, my mother says, and a fine ear for melodious combinations of words. Perhaps she has something to thank her ladyship for in her 2 years' drudgery as a reader. My mother never cared for inferior writers, and the mill in which Stella worked ground only the finest corn. Fate weaves in a loom whose mechanism we know not," answered Nestorius gravely. "The education of submission may have been the best education for genius, but it was not a joyous experience. No, she has been badly treated. Do you think I shall deny that, after my free confession this morning?" asked Lashmar bitterly. "I think you are full of generous instincts, marred by perverted pride," answered Nestorius, with his unflinching air. "I think you have treated this girl abominably. I think you have made her suffer damnably, and that by way of revenge she will make you the noblest wife an English gentleman need ever hope to win for himself. You think she will ever be brought to forgive me?" faltered Lashmar excitedly. "I think you are both passionately in love with each other, and that it needs but one look and one word from you to heal every wound you ever inflicted upon that pure and generous heart." "Oh, it is you who are generous. It is only you who are noble," cried Lashmar. "I have lived 20 years longer than you, and I have learnt one of the lessons that time teaches," answered Nestorius gravely. "I've learnt the wisdom of renunciation. Not another word, Lashmar. I'm too old for sentiment. Let us go and interview this witch of yours, and see if she can enlighten us." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of One Thing Needful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One Thing Needful by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. I go to gather the sacred knowledge. Lashmar had his phaeton at the door, and they drove off to Thorley Common and the muddy accommodation lane which led to Mrs. Minchin's dreary abode, a house built in the reign of George IV, square, unpicturesque, flat, and uninteresting, such a house as the small country squire of that unaesthetic epoch deemed all sufficient for comfort and delight. It was one of those houses of which even the house agent could say nothing better than that it was roomy. They were shown into the dismal drawing-room. Again no fire. It was natural that the spirits should be indifferent to atmosphere, but Mrs. Minchin must surely have suffered as a mortal if ever she sat in that damp and chilly apartment. They waited about 10 minutes, which seemed 50 to Lashmar's impatience, and then the door opened, Lashmar starting at the sound as if it had been the veil of the temple rent in twain. So highly strung were his nerves, and 2 rather commonplace-looking ladies entered the room. The first was a little old woman in a skimpy black silk gown, a sort of gown which such old ladies wear from year's end to year's end till it drops to pieces. A little old woman with a narrow, pinched little face, and watery eyes with red rims to them, and a sharp nose. The second was a girl of middle height, very fair, with insipid flaxen hair, dull and dead-looking as tow, and the most expressionless countenance Lashmar had ever seen. It had no more meaning than a log. If this was the mortal with whom spirits loved to hold commune, they had indeed strange predilections. Lord Lashmar introduced himself, and then Mr. Nestorius. At that distinguished name the little old lady brightened and became slightly flustered, but the name evolved no ray of intelligence in the wooden visage of the girl. "I hope your lordship's distinguished friend does not come here to scoff," said Mrs. Minchin, looking at the distinguished friend and not at Lashmar. Mr. Nestorius explained that there was nothing further from his thoughts than scoffing. He was a man open to all impressions, an earnest inquirer into all creeds. If the spirits revealed themselves, they would find him sympathetic. "You look it," said the old lady, gazing up at him admiringly. I can see faith and enthusiasm in your face. Begin, Griselda, begin," she added, with an excitable air. "Your young friend's name is Griselda?" asked Nestorius. "Her real name is Sarah Ann Curtis," replied Mrs. Minchin. "Griselda is the name the spirits gave her when she first came to live with me. I think it must have been chosen because of her patience in waiting for hours in silence and contemplation. It is the name by which she is known in the spirit world." Nestorius and Lashmar were both gazing earnestly at the young lady so baptized. It taxed their faith considerably to be told there could be sympathy and communion between this stolid-looking creature and the world of disembodied souls. Never did any human countenance seem more of the earthy. "Have you been long in communication with the spirit world?" asked Lashmar. A slight but curious twitching disturbed the wooden composure of Griselda's face as she replied, like a faint reminiscence of St. Vitus. Griselda told them how the spirits of the dead had been her frequent visitants from the time she came to live with Mrs. Minchin, how they had held converse with her and had revealed secrets which she dared not impart to mortal ear. She trembled visibly as she spoke of those revelations, and the twitchings about her pale, expressionless eyes became more marked. "In all these spirit communications, have you ever received any message of practical value?" asked Nestorius. But this question seemed outside Griselda's power of apprehension. She only stared blankly at the inquirer. "Those communications are not to be measured by the common standard," said Mrs. Minchin, tartly. "If you mean to ask whether the spirits have ever named the winner of the Derby, or prophesied a rise in railway shares, no, decidedly no, and I should cease to believe in them if they lowered themselves by any such paltering with grosser things." "Then I fear the spirits will not be able to help me," said Lashmar. "I am troubled by the disappearance of some one who is very dear to me. Do you think the spirits will tell me how to find her?" "Try the slate, Griselda," said Mrs. Minchin, and the medium silently proceeded to obey. First she drew forward an old-fashioned Pembroke table, covered with a green cloth of particularly Philistine pattern. She took off the cloth and put up the flaps of the table, leaving all clear beneath. Then from another part of the room she brought two ordinary school slates, a small basin of water, and a sponge, and carefully washed both slates before the eyes of Lashmar and Nestorius, who watched as intently as if this slate washing had been the most delicate of surgical operations. When the slates had been dried, Griselda allowed the neophytes to examine them, while she produced a crayon box containing some odd bits of slate pencil about the third of an inch long. "Will the spirits write upon the slate with one of these pencils?" asked Nestorius. "Yes, a spirit will write. You can choose a piece of pencil." "Thanks. May I mark it?" "Certainly." Nestorius took out his penknife and notched an N upon the butt end of the pencil. The girl placed 4 chairs round the table. Then she put one slate on the top of the other, with the marked pencil lying in the hollow space between the 2 frames. Then Mrs. Minchin, Nestorius, Lashmar, and Griselda sat round the table, holding each other's hands, the medium giving Lashmar her left hand, while with her right she held the slate under the table, her right thumb showing above the table. Griselda then told Lashmar to ask a question. "Have you the power to answer my question?" he asked. There was no reply. It seemed as if the spirits were offended at the sceptical tone of the inquiry. They waited for some time in silence, and then the medium suggested that Lashmar and Nestorius should change places, whereupon Nestorius placed himself next to the medium and held her hand in his. 2 minutes afterwards they heard a violent scratching on the slate. When they looked at it, there appeared the following words: "Between great minds in all worlds there is communion. Nelly." The left hand of the medium had been held in that of Nestorius all the time. The thumb of her right hand was visible on the table. It was, or seemed to be, impossible that the hand so engaged could have written on the slate. The message was flattering to Nestorius, but somewhat futile. The signature had a frivolous air which repelled Lashmar. "Who is Nelly?" he asked discontentedly. "She is one of my guides," answered Griselda gravely. "The spirits are here and will answer. Ask what you will. You can write your questions on a slate if you like, and no one here need know what you ask." She gave Lashmar another pencil out of her crayon box, and, unseen by the rest, he wrote his question on one of the slates. "Is it necessary that the slates should be underneath the table?" asked Nestorius. "Could they not be held above it?" "Yes," answered Griselda, "above the table, if you like." At her direction they all stood up in a circle and held the double slate above the table. For some minutes there was silence. Then there came the scratching sound as before, and Lashmar felt the vibration of the slate as the pencil travelled along it. Then came 3 sharp taps with the pencil, signifying that the message was finished. Lashmar turned the slate with feverish eagerness. The spirit message was written in a corner, the writing the reverse way of the medium's position. If she had written those characters, she had written them upside down. But it seemed to Lashmar and Nestorius impossible that she could have written them. Standing as they all stood, holding the slate above the table, it seemed beyond the power of the cleverest prestigiator who ever lived to produce that writing or direct that pencil. "Look for her among the dead." That was the message. Lashmar turned white and sick as he read. Conjuring, trickery, parlour magic, sham of whatever order the thing might be, his heart sank within him at a reply which seemed the fulfilment of his darkest fears. He held the slate towards Nestorius, pointing to the words with tremulous finger, and the statesman's pale cheek blanched a little as he deciphered them. "Have you any other question to ask?" inquired Griselda, with an exhausted air, while Mrs. Minchin looked on rapturously proud of the effect the spirits had produced. "No, I will ask no more," said Lashmar. "It is holding communion with the devil." And then he faltered a hasty expression of gratitude to Mrs. Minchin, looked with undisguised horror at the wooden-faced medium, bowed hastily to both, and hurried out of the room. "Don't be frightened or disheartened," said Nestorius, when they were in the hall, waiting for his lordship's phaeton to drive up to the porch. "There may be nothing in it, a mere clever trick, perhaps, which we are not able to discover." "Trick or no trick, it is diabolical," muttered Lashmar. "How came that devilish pencil to put my worst fear into words, a fear I have hardly acknowledged to myself? Such things must come from direct traffic with Satan. I begin to think our ancestors were not such fools as we take them to have been, when they burnt witches. And as for urbane grandeur, I dare say he thoroughly deserved the stake." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of One Thing Needful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One Thing Needful by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 21. The past is past, and I am come to thee. Look for her among the dead. Those words haunted Lashmar like the cry of the banshee. They kept repeating themselves in his ear all through that seemingly eternal evening, as he sat at dinner and heard the frivolous babble of his guests around him, as meaningless as the prattle of a streamlet over its pebbly bed, and later in the drawing-room, where Lady Carmagnole played nocturne and mazurka, polonaise and waltz, with untiring persistence, expatiating meanwhile on the merits of a new Hungarian composer to a knot of admirers, clustered round the piano. "So wild, so pathetic," said one. "Yes, there is a kind of subtle, undeveloped melody," added Captain Vavasour. "Yes, it is undeveloped music," agreed Mrs. Mulciber. "That is just the word. A melody hinted at, rather than expressed." "It seems to my uneducated ear as if the man had always been trying to hit upon a tune, and had never succeeded," remarked Lady Sophia bluntly. "I'm afraid, Lady Sophia, that neither you nor I are educated up to the subtle gradations of modern music," said Nestorius, leaving the piano. "The touch is too delicate for us, the shades too fine. We want the bolder colouring of the old masters, Mozart, for instance. There's never any mistake as to what he means." Lashmar turned his back upon that group by the grand piano, and moved restlessly about among the furniture, now taking up a book from the table, only to throw it down again unopened; now standing with his hands in his pockets, staring idly at a vase of Parma violets or a bowl of late roses. At last the babble grew intolerable to him, and he went off to his mother's room. He had not seen her since the morning. He had been with her for a few minutes before breakfast, and had found her very low and nervous, too ill to appear among her guests. "If I feel equal to the exertion, I shall go down to dinner," she had said. But the dinner hour had come, and with it a message from her ladyship excusing herself. Lashmar found his mother sitting by the fire in her morning room, with her book table and reading lamp beside her, but with no appearance of having been reading. She was seated in a despondent attitude, gazing dreamily into the fire. She started at her son's entrance. "Well, have you heard of her?" she said at once. "Not a word. She has disappeared utterly. Both Nestorius and I have hunted for her all through Brum. The police can do nothing to help us." "Then I suppose we must resign ourselves to the idea that she is gone for ever," said her ladyship. "She has been very ungrateful." "Oh, mother, what cause had she for gratitude, except to my brother? What kindness have you or I ever shown her? We have given her such a home as she could have had nowhere else. We have given her the opportunity to educate herself to the highest point, but for our kindness she would have had to earn her bread by the sweat of her brow. She must have been a domestic servant or a factory girl." "She would never have remained a servant or a factory girl. She is a genius, mother." And then Lord Lashmar told his mother about the proofs that he had read, and of Nestorius's and the publisher's praise. "What then?" asked her ladyship. "That book is the fruit of refined surroundings, of years of elegant leisure. Do you suppose that in service her genius, if you please to term it genius, could ever have been developed? Do you think there are no gifts strangled and blighted by adverse circumstances, no great intellects among servants and factory girls? I tell you she had the strongest reasons for gratitude, and yet knowing herself useful, almost invaluable to me, a sick woman, she leaves me without compunction, without a word of regret." "Then you do miss her, mother? You are fond of her?" exclaimed Lashmar, with flushed cheeks and brightening eyes. The dowager looked up from the fire for the first time, and scrutinized her son keenly. "Fond is too strong a word," she said. "I like my servants. I become attached to them even when they are useful and faithful, but I am never fond of them." "But she is not a servant. She is gently born, has been highly educated, is gifted far above other women. Oh, mother, be human if you can. You know this girl has crept into your heart, however hardly you may have striven to keep her out. You know that you miss her sorely, that she has grown dear to you." "Necessary to me, perhaps, Victorian, but not dear." "Yes, she has become dear to you," pleaded Lashmar, kneeling by his mother's chair, throwing his arm round her, as he had done many a time in his boyish days, when he wanted some indulgence at her hands, but as he had done rarely of late years. "Yes, mother, say dear to you, for my sake. For your sake, Victorian, what can you mean? For my sake, mother, yes, for my sake. This friendless waif, this orphan daughter of a demagogue and destructive, this pawn of the radical gutter, is just the one woman I will have for my wife. It may be that I shall not win her, I who have done everything to make myself hateful in her eyes, but if I miss her, I will have none other. I will go down to my grave a woman-hater, yes, the hater and reviler of such women as Lady Carminal, beneath whose alabaster bosom never glowed one generous emotion, as Mrs. Vavasour, who paints her face a quarter of an inch thick, as Lady Sophia, the type of our modern Amazon, who unsexes herself by manly sports and men's society, and never, from the time she wore pinafores, has thought as a woman, as smooth-tongued Mrs. Mulciber, time-serving, self-seeking, the trafficker in society's small vices and large foibles, garnering up her riches out of other people's worthlessness. One woman, and one only, have I seen, straight, truthful, original, independent, scorning fortune when it was at her feet, daring to live her own life in the teeth of adverse circumstances. Such an one will I honour and reverence. She and no other shall be my queen. Lady Lashmar looked at her son's impassioned face with absolute horror. "Is this madness?" she murmured. "Why, I thought you hated the girl." "So did I, mother. God knows, I tried my hardest to hate her, schooled myself to believe that I detested her, would not suffer my eye to linger upon her face, or my memory to recall her gracious presence. And yet, in spite of it all, she drew me. It has seemed like witchcraft, but now I begin to understand that it was simple force of character, the influence of a pure, untarnished soul upon one that had been blemished and clouded by contact with the world. I believe that Providence meant her for me, that my brother trained her for me, that all things have tended unawares to one happy ending. She is to be mine. If you do this thing, Victorian, if you, my son, with your opportunities, marry so far beneath you, I suppose you know that you will break my heart." "I know that I shall do nothing of the kind, mother sweetest. There will be a feeling of disappointment, no doubt. You would have preferred to see the Lashmar coffers replenished with the wealth which Danebrook made in the iron trade. You had rather I had married the ironmaster's daughter, albeit that on her father's side she comes from a much lower grade than Boldwood's orphan child. But this regret once past, you will rejoice in your new daughter, since she has been as a daughter to you already, though you did not know it." There was a pause, a silence which seemed long. Victorian, still on his knees by his mother's chair. He had been prepared for a violent outbreak, for ungovernable anger, prepared to hear himself denounced and cast off as an unworthy son. But to his surprise, the dowager sat for some moments with her hands shading her eyes and her lips silent. He almost thought that she was weeping. "I have missed her sorely," she said at last. "Yes, sorely. She comforted me with that low, sweet voice of hers. Her reading has been a kind of music which soothed my tortured nerves. She has been very sweet, infinitely patient, as sympathetic as I would ever allow her to be. But you are right in your accusation, Victorian. I was never kind to her. I was always afraid of being too kind, of letting her see how necessary she was to me. We are made of hard stuff, you and I, Victorian. We come of a hard race, a race with whom pride of birth has been ever a kind of religion. It is difficult to stoop when such pride as that is bred in our bone, the heritage of 1,000 generations, and for my son to marry a girl of no parentage, a domestic in his mother's house. Her father was an Oxford graduate. My dear Victorian, consider the herds of Oxford graduates, down to the sons of Oxford hairdressers. People will ask who your wife is. How can you answer them? I will leave the answer to time and the lady who bears my name. Her beauty and her genius should be an all-sufficient answer, but she is not mine yet. I am talking like Almescar. God knows where and when she and I may meet. I am haunted by a hideous foreboding, tortured by the maddening iteration of 6 miserable words. What words? Look for her among the dead. And then he told his mother the story of the slate writing, and how he had tried to look upon the whole thing as a folly, but had been distracted by the import of words which seemed to interpret his worst fears. Was it my brain that impelled the pencil? He said. Had my thoughts any electrical power which transmitted meaning through a self-acting slate pencil? It seems like madness. Lady Lashmar was one of those hard, clear-headed people who would have looked a sheeted ghost straight in the face on the stroke of midnight, and would have said, "You are only an optical delusion, and I'm not going to be scared by you." She smiled in gentle scorn at her son's simplicity. "My poor Victorian," she murmured, "to think that you, who were once so sensible, should fill your mind with such follies. On the eve of a general election, too, when you want all your wits about you." Lashmar walked up and down the room in silence for a few minutes, and then came back to his mother's chair and stood looking down at her. She had resumed her contemplative attitude, and sat gazing at the fire in deepest melancholy. "You are not very angry with me, I hope, mother," he said softly. She had been a devoted mother to him, concentrating all her hopes and dreams upon his image, risking all upon that one cast of the die. He felt he owed her more than the common duty which all men owe their mothers. "No, Victorian, I am not angry with you. I am only angry with fate, which fashions all things so differently from our dreams. To think that this girl, whom we both despised, should have changed the very current of both our lives. What can I say to you? If you choose to marry her, I cannot hinder you. I am deeply disappointed and deeply chagrined. That is all. I feel that my life has been a failure. You will not feel that, mother, in the days to come, when my wife is to you as a daughter, when, with God's blessing, you shall see her children rise up and call you blessed. Good night. I will not stay with you another moment. We have talked too much for your strength already. Shall I send Barker?" "Barker," repeated her ladyship with a sigh. "Yes, I suppose she had better come to help me to bed. She is a good soul, but when I am ill she always makes me worse." "Look for her among the dead." All through the long, sleepless nights those words haunted Lashmar with a mechanical, senseless repetition. He had not allowed Nestorius to know how much that slate writing had troubled him, or the kindly statesman would have put him out of his pain by some assurance of Stella's safety. No, he lay tossing to and fro, ignorant of her fate, imagining every form of horror that a morbid mind can picture to itself in the dead hours of the night, when shadowy evils are rife in the overcharged brain. He thought of the river, dank weeds entangled in the blue-black hair. He thought of the express engine thundering along the dark rails, a slight girlish form flung down upon the iron way, a flash, and the young life annihilated, the very semblance of beauty gone. And by every agony of fear, every hour of separation, he loved her so much the more. Look for her among the dead. Was it the announcement of some hideous doom, Or was it a riddle given him to read? Or was it a chance combination of scratches upon a slate, meaning nothing but trickery and imposture? Was it for a clever piece of conjuring that he was racking his brain and torturing his heart? He determined on going to Brum directly after breakfast next morning. He would endeavour to see Griselda alone, free from the influence of old Mrs. Minchin, to whom he was inclined to impute evil propensities, smacking of brimstone. He would question that strange girl closely, would throw himself upon her generosity, appeal to her womanly feelings, and get her to relieve his mind, if it were indeed but a trick of the prestigiator's skill which had caused him such gnawing anxiety. He went to his mother's room immediately after leaving his own, but was not able to see her. Barker informed him that her ladyship had had one of her bad nights, and was trying to get a morning's sleep. Her ladyship's bad nights were a speciality, and meant insomnia of the worst kind. Lady Carmagnole appeared at the breakfast table, which was altogether an unusual thing. "I'm going home directly after breakfast, Lord Lashmar," she said. "I'm dreadfully sorry to leave this dear old house, and so many nice people, but my mother is not quite so well, and I feel I ought to go to her." "Not quite so well" seemed rather a vague phrase to Lashmar, who did not even know that the lady had been ailing. "I'm very sorry," he murmured absently. Mrs. Mulciber was in despair. Nestorius, sipping his tea and taking furtive dips into the newspaper beside his plate, declared that Lady Carmagnol's departure would be as the extinction of the sun, or something to that effect. Lady Sophia did not even pretend to be interested. She was in hat and habit ready for the fray, gobbling her breakfast ravenously in order to be off to a distant meet. "I hope you have not forgotten my flask, Bowker," she observed to the under butler, who was carving a ham near her. "No, my lady." "Nor my sandwich case?" "They have both been sent out to the stables, my lady." "Ta ta, everybody," said the fair Sophia, snatching up her hunting crop and hurrying out of the room. "If you don't want to find every trace of the hounds vanished by the time you get to Chipping, Danbury, you had better come with me, Mr. Ponsonby," she said to the Queen's Counsel, who was luxuriating in a savoury mess of kidneys and mushrooms seething before him in a silver dish over a spirit lamp. "Haven't the faintest idea where Chipping Danbury is, and ain't goin' to spoil my breakfast, Lady Sophia. For any pack in England, I shall find the hounds wherever they are. You may be sure of that." Lady Sophia banged the door and was gone. "I'm not going to jog along 9 miles of turnpike road with that pretty prattler," remarked the barrister to Lashmar in an undertone. He finished his breakfast in a leisurely way, and dawdled in the hall while his hat was being brushed. There is a special providence by which such men always fall in with the hounds. Lady Carmagnole left the castle at 11 o'clock, with a splash of carriages, servants, and imperials, as if she had been starting for Italy. Lashmar, relieved at her departure, became intensely civil, and danced attendance upon her to the last moment. "I'm sure you are glad I'm going," she said. "Indeed I am not. I fear my poor mother will miss you. She has so few people whom she really cares for. Now you are going, it would be better if all the others were to go. She is not equal to entertaining people, and you have been an admirable deputy." "Thanks for the compliment. Perhaps the others will follow my lead. Yes, I am sure it bores her ladyship to have people in the house, but for your sake she would make any sacrifice. Yes, any sacrifice," repeated Clarice, looking at him earnestly. "Yes, she is very good to me," answered Lashmar gravely. "I'm sorry that her desires and mine should ever run counter, but life is made up of such contradictions." "Do you shoot to-day?" asked Lady Carmagnole, while he arranged the sable rug over her knees. "No, the pheasants will have a holiday so far as my gun is concerned. I am just off to Brum." "Again? One would suppose you had a share in some great business there." "I wish I had. The Danebrook Ironworks, for instance." "Oh, you need not wish for that. It would only bring you trouble. I had a most worrying letter from the manager this morning, harping upon the ill feeling of the men, and urging me to alter the whole of that splendid organization which my father took such trouble to bring to perfection. Nothing in life is stationary, Lady Carmaneau, and we live just now in a period of abrupt transitions. A system which was accounted liberal in Mr. Danebrook's time would be now considered the regime of a despot. If your manager is a sensible man, it might be wise to take his advice. That I shall never do. I will never truckle to democracy. The Danebrook works must stand or fall as Job Danebrook planned them. Lady Carmaneau little suspected how near they were to the latter alternative. When people say they will stand or fall by a principle, they are for the most part assured that to fall is an impossibility. The barouche drove off with its fair occupant. A cart was being loaded with imperials and bonnet boxes in the stable yard, and there was a wagonette for her ladyship's servants, her 2 maids, and the tall footman who went on her messages and carried her work-basket and music-books. Lashmore drove to Thorley Common and called upon Mrs. Minchin. The spirits were not propitious, or rather Mrs. Minchin had a nervous headache and was unable to see any visitor. Lashmar asked the maid if it would be possible for him to see Miss Griselda alone, and he emphasized the inquiry with a sovereign. But the servant told him that Miss Griselda was never allowed to see any one except in the presence of Mrs. Minchin, that she never left Mrs. Minchin's roof except to walk in the garden, had never been outside those walls within the servant's memory, never was allowed to go to church. The servant dwelt on this point as if, even in that gifted and advanced circle, she felt some hankering after old superstitions. In fact, lived from year's end to year's end in Mrs. Minchin's society, and under Mrs. Minchin's ken, and had to get up at any hour of the night to communicate between that old lady and the spirit world. "It isn't a cheerful life for a young person," said the maid. "I don't think Miss Griselda is long for this world. They say mediums always die young." Lashmar left his card with a penciled request to Mrs. Minchin for another interview with the medium, and then he drove away, cursing that dismal house as he had cursed it the day before, deeming the whole spirit system diabolical, and yet wanting to know more about it. Were those words that had so tortured him the result of accident? Could chance so closely fit in with his own thoughts, so briefly and directly give expression to his fears? He left his phaeton at the Lion and Lamb, and went wandering about the great busy town. He was too disgusted with the police to go to them again yet awhile. He went about on his own account. Presently it struck him that he would like to see the building from which his brother had rescued the child, and which had been re-erected after the fire. He had never seen that dreary outskirt of Brum in which Goldwyn's was situated. It lay in the opposite direction to the road by which he entered the city, and in a region which had no attraction for any explorer, one of those shabby, sordid, newly built quarters which have no interest save to the tax-gatherer, the city missionary, or the philanthropist. That new town of Brum seemed as a new world to Lashmar as he threaded its everlasting streets and terraces of squalid houses, where all the window sashes, doorsteps, and garden railings were of exactly the same pattern, and where the only difference he saw in any of the houses was in their measure of shabbiness and dirt, all starting from the same point of positive dirt and shabbiness. What a dreary world it looked in the grey October day! What odours of indiscriminate foulness it exhaled! What a dismal monotony of ugliness it exhibited! And yet here babies were born and reared to men and women, and here men and women lived and sickened and got well again, and struggled on to age and died and were fetched in the workhouse coffin. The one inevitable end of us all was perchance the only event that disturbed the dull level of such existences. He had no difficulty in finding Goldwyn's. Goldwyn's had doubled in size since the time of its rebuilding, and whereas at the date of the fire it had stood gaunt and grim and new-looking amidst a desert of unlet building land, it was now hemmed around by streets of smaller houses, and reared its formidable height above the surrounding bricks and mortar, like an old three-decker amid a fleet of fishing smacks. The building was not 15 years old, yet looked grimy and shabby enough to have been standing there for a century, if any pile so ugly could have been conceived by our ancestors, albeit they had a fine instinct for the ugly in architecture. There stood Goldwyn's, with its long lines of windows all of the same pattern, and its iron balconies, one above the other, giving it the appearance of a gigantic iron cage, as it were the prison house of unconvicted poverty. Lashmar stood on the opposite side of that narrow street, gazing up at that barrack, and picturing his brother's distorted figure, those long lithe arms of his drawing him upward from story to story, the slender fingers clinging to yonder railings. The lord of Broadlands, risking life and limb to save one little child whose face he had never seen. It was a noble thing to do, thought Lashmar. I ought to have valued her for the sake of that great deed. Decent feeling, the respect due to my dead brother, should have made me kinder to her. He had no hope of finding Stella amidst that aggregate of struggling humanity. The police had been here at the beginning of their quest, and had assured themselves that no such person as the fugitive from Lashmar Castle had applied for a lodging at Goldwyn's. He expected to get no information here, and yet he hung about the place in his despondency, not knowing where to go or what to do next, feeling impelled to do something, were it only to wander from street to street, in the vague hope of meeting the fugitive face to face at some unexpected corner. Presently he saw a respectable elderly woman with a market basket on her arm, going in under the archway, which opened into a stony quadrangle. He followed and accosted her. "May I ask, madam, if you have been long a resident here?" The matron turned and confronted Lashmar in some confusion, startled by the stately address, the tall, upright figure and darkly handsome face, and that indescribable, inexpressible air which is ordinarily the result of good birth and a West End tailor. Not often, no, not even when an election was on, did such a young Alcibiades enter beneath yonder arch. "Yes, sir, I have lived here over 20 years, almost ever since the houses were built." "Then you remember the fire here?" "Yes, indeed, sir, and I have good cause to remember it, for my poor little bits of furniture were all burnt, things as I'd had from poor mother, and as belonged to her father before her, which he was a farmer in a small way, and her for sure, for we never belonged to these parts, none of us didn't, you see, sir," explained the lady, as if it were a merit not to be a native, "and not one single stick insured, though I'd been thinking and talking of taking out a policy not a week before." Lashmar tried to stem this stream of autobiography. "Very sad," he murmured. "Did you happen to know a man called Boldwood?" "Boldwood that lost his life in the fire? Lord bless you, sir, everybody knew Mr. Boldwood. He was a great man, my husband used to say, a man that ought to have been a cabinet minister, a man that had poor people's interests at heart, and would have fought our battles if he'd ever come into power. And quite the gentleman, too, though rather rough-looking and careless about his clothes. And such a loving father to his little girl. She was adopted after his death by the last Lord Lashmar, and has been brought up like a lady." "Had Boldwood any friends in Brum? Any people in comfortable circumstances, for instance, who were interested in him and his little girl?" "Not as I ever heard of, sir. He was a reserved kind of gentleman, never mixed with the other lodgers in the club room. He always kept close in his own room, never spoke much to anybody, and I don't think he could have had any visitors without my knowing it, for our rooms were in the same corridor as his, and I had my children running about in and out on the balcony, and I was always on the move, so I must have seen any one going backwards and forwards to his rooms." "Can you show me the position of his rooms?" "Yes, sir. The block was rebuilt just the same after the fire, but me and my husband moved down to the ground floor. We'd had enough of living up in the clouds." "You saved your own children easily?" asked Lashmar. "No, sir, it wasn't easy. My husband carried them downstairs through the smoke and flame, and I was too mazed like to think of other people's children till we got out into the street and looked up at the great burning house, and felt our lives were safe, And then I says, 'Where's Boldwood's little girl?' And my husband says, 'She's all right, you may depend. Boldwood's not the kind of man to lose his head in a fire.' We never gave a thought about the meeting in the town hall, and the chance of Boldwood's being away. I hope you don't think, sir, that I'd leave a motherless child to be burnt to death if I had the power to save her." Lashmar assured the matron that he had no such thought, and then they went back into the street, and she pointed out 2 windows on the 4th story. "A little girl used to sit out on the balcony all day in summer time," said the woman. "Boldwood had put up an extra rail to make it safer for her, and had divided off his bit of balcony from the rest with wire netting, so that she sat there all alone like a bird in a cage. He didn't want her to mix with the other children, and she didn't seem to want to play with them. She was very shy, and when they spoke to her, she answered in a foreign language. She had her little toys, and she seemed to amuse herself contentedly hour after hour, but I always felt sorry for her in those long, lonely days when her father was away. Certainly a sad and solitary infancy, followed by a desolate girlhood. She used to watch the funerals going by to the cemetery," said the dame, who had no desire to cut short the conversation, albeit the rudiments of her husband's high tea were lying in her basket, and the day was wearing towards afternoon. "There weren't near so many houses about here in those days. It was almost open country, and she could see everything that went along the road to the cemetery, and used to sit and watch and watch, and wonder. I could see it in her face sometimes when I stopped to look at her, but she never asked me no questions. She little thought how soon her daddy, that she was so fond of, would be lying in that cemetery." "Is it near here?" asked Lashmar. "Not half a mile. I'll go and look at Boldwood's grave. Good morning, madam. If you will accept a trifle by way of—" He did not further explain himself, but dropped some loose silver into the matron's willing hand, and left her curtsying on the pavement. Was there ever such a gentleman, so noble-looking, so free in his manners, and so open-handed? Lashmar found his way to the cemetery, which had been placed remote from the town in the first instance, and was still well in the outskirts. It was a noble cemetery as to spaciousness, though a little monotonous as to art. But trees and shrubs had thriven, the place was neatly kept, and on Sunday evenings this garden of death was a favourite resort for the sober and serious among the working people of Brum, the people who like to go to chapel and take their quiet walk after chapel. Boldwood's grave, the man at the lodge, was not a political enthusiast, had never heard of Mr. Boldwood, could give no information as to his last resting place. So Lashmar wandered up and down till he found the handsome headstone which his brother had erected to mark the demagogue's grave. In memory of Jonathan Boldwood, a man of advanced opinions and strong sympathies with the poor and the oppressed, who perished in the endeavour to save his infant daughter's life, and who was much beloved and regretted by the working classes of this city. "By their works ye shall know them." This was the epitaph which Hubert, Lord Lashmar, had caused to be engraved on the Republican's headstone. Victorian stood looking at the words in a dreamy forgetfulness, listless, tired, physically and mentally. Would he ever find her whom he sought? Would he ever? In the impatience of his temper, in the intensity of all his feelings, it seemed to him as if he had been looking for her for ages, had exhausted every motive search, and must needs despair. He had driven her from him, and she had gone. "You told me to march," she had said to him, recalling his speech of the past. "You need not tell me that this time. I am going to march." And she had marched into infinite space, whither he knew not, and he stood here in this place of graves, stood desolate and lonely among the dead, and despaired of ever seeing her face again. Look for her among the dead. That was what the oracle had said, and he was here among the dead, had been impelled here as it were by some blind instinct, not knowing why he came. He started with a thrill of horror, and looked about him for a new-made grave, forgetting how brief the time since she had left the castle, scarcely time enough for death and burial. Yes, there was a new grave near Boldwood's headstone, a narrow mound of raw yellow clay, roughly fashioned by the gravedigger's spade. He stood looking at it with fixed eyes, like a man struck by epilepsy, for a moment or so, till an approaching footstep startled him from that trance of fear. He turned and saw a tall, slim figure drawing near, that black-robed girlish form which he had seen so often in the corridors at Lashmore, and had shunned, apprehending an indefinable danger, the peril of his peace of mind which was ever disturbed by that presence. He had looked for her among the dead, and had found her living, lovely as when she had last looked upon him in her pride and anger. She bowed gravely, startled for a moment, but composed herself instantly with wondrous self-command, and would have passed him, but he stopped her. "Stella," he said, holding out his hand. "Lord Lashmore?" interrogatively, and without accepting the offered hand. "Stella, will you not forgive me? I've been seeking for you ever since that night. I've desired nothing on this earth so much as your forgiveness. Will you not forgive me? Will you not shake hands with me by your father's grave?" That plea was irresistible. She gave him her hand without a word. It was the first time their hands had ever so met. His grasp tightened upon the little hand, and he drew her nearer to him, she shrinking all the while, looking at him with frightened eyes, half angry, half wondering. They were alone in the place of graves, alone amidst the populace of the dead, no one within sight or earshot. "Stella, I have but one plea for pardon, but one excuse for my brutality the other night, for my coldness, my neglect, my absolute unkindness in all the years that have gone over us since my brother's death. My excuse for my conduct that night is that I was mad with jealousy. My excuse for years of unkindness is that I have been the slave of caste. I have tried not to love you, and I love you more passionately than ever I thought to love any living woman, were she peeress or princess. All my pride of birth, all my greed of gain are flung to the winds. I love you, Stella, and live only to love you. Say, sweet, am I forgiven?" She had turned giddy with the suddenness of this surprise, fainting under the shock of an unspeakable happiness. Her eyelids drooped, and there were flashes of light across her eyeballs, and a rushing sound in her head. Her cheek lay ghastly white against her lover's shoulder as he caught her to his breast, and just saved her from falling. "My beloved, say I am forgiven. Say that I may hope." Her pale lips tried to answer, but were too tremulous for speech. There was a pause, and then the heavy eyelids were slowly lifted as with a painful effort, a soul coming back to life and consciousness, and the large dark eyes looked up at him. "I have hated myself so bitterly for loving you," she faltered. "I have scorned myself for loving the man who despised me." "Ah, then we are both content," he said, kissing her. "We have both struggled, and we have both been beaten by fate. Which is stronger than either of us? My beloved, I am ineffably happy. There is not in this world a man more deeply blessed. And now come back to the castle, and read to my mother who has been pining for you, and be to her as a daughter. She too has tried to shut her heart against you, but I suspect that she too loves you. She knows everything, dearest, knows that you are to be my wife if I can win you." "Will she not be angry with you for such a choice?" asked Stella. "No, she bore it like a lamb. Don't you know that her strong point is common sense, and sensible people always submit quietly to the inevitable? Come, dearest, we can get a fly somewhere outside the cemetery, and drive to the hotel where I left my phaeton. We shall be at the castle in time for afternoon tea. I believe her ladyship will be delighted. She began to find out your value directly you were gone." Stella explained to him that she could not possibly leave Brum thus abruptly. She had found kind friends and a home there, and her friends must not be left with discourtesy. Her feminine instinct told her that to be driven back to the castle in Lord Lashmar's phaeton would be to create a scandal. If she was to return there at all, she could not return too quietly. "If her ladyship really wishes me to go back, perhaps she will be kind enough to write to me a line, to send a conveyance for me to-morrow," she said. "She shall do so. Yes, perhaps it would be best. But it shall be to-day, not to-morrow." They went out of the cemetery together, and through the streets of Brum, talking to each other as if they had been lovers of a year's standing. The love pent up in either breast, the passion long held in check, drew them together in a moment. They met as rivers meet, and mingled as rivers mingle. The shock of the meeting was tremendous, but the union was instantaneous and complete. The chapman's shop was not very far from Goldwyn's, nor a long way from the cemetery. Stella explained that since she had dwelt in Brum, she had gone daily and sometimes twice a day to her father's grave. "It was the only thing I could do to be near him," she said. "Ah, it was my cruelty which told you of his death. It was better for me to know the truth, she answered gently. All my dreams about him were childish dreams. I ought to have known that if he were living he would have come for me or sent for me. He would not have lived away from me all those years and made no sign. And I honour him more and more, love him more I cannot, for the sacrifice of his life. What am I worth that 2 such noble lives should have been risked for me? You are worth all the world to me, Stella, answered her lover fondly, and the stories tells me that you are going to be the most charming story-teller. If I were an American I should say romancist of the age, and to delight all the world. Mr. Nestorius is too kind, and he asked you to be his wife? He, the man whom women have adored, and you refused him? Why did you reject such a man, Stella? She was silent, the pale cheeks kindling with a sudden blush, the eyelids drooping. Why, Stella, why? He urged. Because I could care for no one in the world but you, she answered falteringly. You who seemed so far off and so cruel, but who loved you passionately all the time, Stella, loved you and fought against his inclination, tried to be wiser than fate. If you knew how laboriously I endeavoured to fall in love with Lady Carminal, you would understand how potent was that other influence which drew my thoughts away from her. They were at Mrs. Chapman's corner by this time, a corner shop in a street of small, shabby little houses, out of which opened right and left other streets of just the same pattern. There's no private door, said Stella. Would you mind going through the shop? I should adore it. I have never seen a shop of the kind, laughed Lashmore. He had to bend his head a little under the treasures hanging from the ceiling, bacon, candles, onions, lemons in nets. What a dear little shop, he exclaimed, and so well found. It is like the steward's cabin on my Norwegian yacht. Stella led him into the parlour, that sacred chamber so rarely tenanted in the daytime. The Chapman family were taking 4 o'clock tea in the kitchen. Stella went into them and told them how Lord Lashmore had come to thank them for their kindness to her, and how her ladyship wished her to go back to the castle. I think I shall have to leave you this evening, or tomorrow at least, she said shyly. But I shall never forget your kindness, or cease to think of you as my friends, and I shall come to see you sometimes if you will let me. Of course we will, my lass, and always glad to see your pretty face, said the genial Chapman, looking up from a breakfast cup of steaming tea. Lord Lashmore here, exclaimed Polly, with an awe-stricken look. Didn't I tell you so? Oh, you naughty girl, to try to deceive me. May I come in, Mrs. Chapman? asked Lashmore, showing himself in the doorway between parlour and kitchen. Oh, your lordship, such a poor place, faltered Mrs. Chapman, and the whole family stood up, including the printer's reader, who had been shelling shrimps for his beloved. Lashmar shook hands with Chapman, just as affably as if he had been electioneering, as that worthy citizen remarked afterwards, and thanked the whole family in heartiest fashion for their goodness to Miss Boldwood. She will have another name before long, I hope, he added, glancing fondly at the blushing face, and when she is Lady Lashmar she can take care that her housekeeper deals at Mr. Chapman's for bacon and bloaters and things, with a vague reminiscence of the mingled odours he had perceived as he passed through the shop. Oh, my lord, you do us too much honour, said the grocer, but I hope your lordship will always remember that it was Jonathan Boldwood's daughter we set store by, not the future Lady Lashmar. And Jonathan Boldwood's daughter will not become ungrateful because she changes her name, answered Lashmar. And now, dearest, I will leave you with your friends for a couple of hours longer. The carriage will be here for you by 6 o'clock, I hope. Good day, Mrs. Chapman. He shook hands all round, even with the printer's reader, who was a rabid radical in the abstract, but admired a nobleman in the flesh. Polly felt that handshake was an event in her life, something to remember and talk about in years to come. There was no doubt about it. There was a something, an indescribable air about blue blood, which may be taken to mean that Polly had never before seen a man who had been trained in the Eton playing fields and had rowed in the Oxford 8, nor yet a man clothed by Poole or Smallpage. Didn't I say so now, Miss Boldwood? Repeated Polly, when his lordship had gone. Didn't I see through you the other night, for all you kept your secret so well? I had no secret to keep, Polly. Please don't laugh at me. I can't bear it, said Stella feebly. It was with difficulty she kept back her tears. Mrs. Chapman patted her on the back as if she had been suffering from a crumb in her windpipe. Polly wreathed an affectionate arm round her waist as she sat by the family tea-table. "Have a few shrimps, Miss Boldwood," said the printer's reader, who was somewhat faulty in his pronunciation, though he knew the English language when he saw it in type, and had brought many a patrician to book on the burning question of the objective case. "Well, I congratulate you with all my 'art, my dear Miss Boldwood," said Mrs. Chapman. "How handsome he is, too," sighed Polly. "The very image of Guy Livingstone." Chapter 22. Of One Thing Needful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One Thing Needful by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 22. Here lodge, as in a sanctuary. Stella obeyed her lover, and gathered together her manuscripts and those few cherished books which were nearly all the possessions she had brought away from Lashmore Castle. She packed the little bag which had made her arms ache so terribly in the long tramp from Lashmore to Brum, and awaited the letter and the carriage that were to be sent at his lordship's bidding. Would her ladyship condescend to write to her? She wondered, were it only so much as one line to desire her return. That proud, self-contained mistress, who had ever treated her as a slave, a being of inferior race, with whom she could have no sympathy, who had accepted all her ministrations, her patient watchings, the tender touches of light hands bathing the aching brow, who had let this girl sit beside her bed night after night, and had never by word or token given love or gratitude in return. Would she stoop so low as to request the runaway slave to go back to her servitude? Would she endure the thought that this poor Helot was to be her son's wife? Stella told herself that Lady Lashmar would not brook such an alliance, that she would not suffer her presence under these altered circumstances, and that no letter and no carriage would come from the castle in quest of her, however urgently Lashmar might entreat his mother in her behalf. "God help me," she said to herself on her knees beside the pallet bed in the little room on the half flight. "Am I to sow dissension between mother and son, part them perhaps for ever, they two who have been all the world to each other? Ought I not sooner to give him up, my newly beloved? But I love him so dearly, so dearly." She prayed fervently with tears, prayed that she might be guided and inspired to do what was wisest and best for him, her newly beloved. New as a lover, but not newly beloved. Was he not the hero of all her childish fancies, the embodiment of every heroic form that national poetry had revealed to her? Odin, Achilles, each mythic name had clothed itself in his shape, and in the stories of her own weaving, those fictions with which she had comforted herself in the loneliness of her own prosaic life, did not the hero always speak with his voice and wear his form? Cruel, hard, and proud had her heroes ever been, long-suffering, submissive Griselda like her heroines. Loving in silence, unrequited, unloved, her own thoughts and feelings had coloured all those early efforts at romance weaving. Unconsciously she had spun the thread of each story from her own heart, and now she sat in the little room and waited to see what new thing fate would do for her, fate which had lifted her into Elysium since the stroke of noon, which might condemn her to despair before the stroke of midnight. She sat and waited, and towards 6 o'clock began to listen for the sound of carriage wheels in the street below. It was dark, but she had not lighted her candle. 6 o'clock and no carriage. She heard the hour struck by one church and two factory clocks, a quarter past, half past, and still no sound of wheels. No, it was quite evident her ladyship had refused to write, were it so much as a single line. Lashmar was at a loss how to act, his mother having refused to receive her runaway servant. Hark! Carriage wheels! decidedly carriage wheels, and the rhythmical trot of a pair of horses. Stella ran into the front room and looked out. The blaze of carriage lamps seemed to illuminate all the street. It flashed in upon her as she stood at the window. The carriage was her ladyship's own chariot. The horses were her own particular 17-handers, grand upstanding bays, which in that shabby little street looked almost as large as a pair of elephants. Had this state vehicle been sent in mockery? Stella wondered, scared at the spectacle. Was it a piece of practical irony on the part of Lady Lashmar? A footman opened the door, and the dowager herself alighted, moving slowly and feebly, leaning on the tall footman's arm a little as she descended to earth, but tall, stately, and regal of aspect in her long black velvet mantle bordered with darkest sable. Stella went downstairs to receive this most unexpected visitor, went white and trembling to greet her, while the Chapman family, who had flown to the door expecting a fire-engine, and one small girl with a large jug, who had come for 3 pennyworth of golden syrup, stood at gaze, aghast at this aristocratic vision. "Stella, I've come to fetch you," said her ladyship in the easiest manner. "You were very foolish and very impetuous in running away because of a few uncivil words from an impulsive young man. Put on your bonnet while I thank these kind people for having taken care of you." The Chapmans entreated her ladyship not to overpower them. They had done but that which they would do willingly for any respectable young female in distress. How much the more for the daughter of Jonathan Boldwood, who had spoken such noble words for the cause of the poor. These honest people were altogether overcome by the apparition of the dowager. She appeared to them much more awe-inspiring, more august in her splendour than that noble-looking gentleman, her son. There had been in him a free and easy air, which had taken off the edge of his grandeur, but this tall, pale, elderly lady, with the aquiline nose and white hair and flowing velvet mantle, heavily bordered with fur, seemed to them a being apart, the very embodiment of aristocracy. Stella did not detain her ladyship long. Amidst the odours of rank bacon, strong butter, American cheese, and onions, she reappeared in 2 or 3 minutes, carrying her bag of books. "Let John take that, my dear," and the powdered youth, who had been hovering on the threshold, sprang forward to relieve Stella of her burden. She kissed Mrs. Chapman and her daughter, shook hands with the general dealer, and followed her ladyship to the carriage, what time the small customer, jug in hand, still stood at gaze and waited patiently for her golden syrup, deeply interested in the spectacle. Never before in that street had those young eyes beheld a pair of high-steppers, powdered footmen, and flashing carriage lamps. Another minute, and the horses were trotting along the narrow street, and Stella was folded in Lady Lashmar's arms. "My child, I have had to bear the disappointment of all my long meditated hopes, but I find that God has been good to me even in frustrating my plans, and I have found the daughter best calculated to make my declining years happy. Oh, Stella, I've tried not to love you, but first you made yourself necessary to me, and then in my desolation and loneliness I discovered that you had made yourself very dear to me. Lady Lashmar, can you really accept me as your son's wife?" "Yes, Stella, I have thought out the question deliberately, and I can take you to my heart and rejoice in my new daughter. I've tried very hard to love Clarice, and I have never quite succeeded. There's always been an arrière-pensée, a suspicion of her heartlessness and shallowness. I've loved you in spite of myself, almost as Victorian loved you. My heart and my intellect have both been conquered. Stella, I've been cold and repellent. I've been cruel even. Can you forgive me? Can you be to me as a daughter?" "Oh, Lady Lashmar, I only wanted to be allowed to love you," faltered the girl, her cheek against the dowager's shoulder, her waist encircled by the dowager's arm. "The permission is freely given, child. Love me your hardest, and love me with all your might. I may not be spared many years to enjoy your love, to see you and Victorian happy together, to live in a new atmosphere of love. It will be the Indian summer of my life." Mrs. Mulciber was in the hall when the dowager and Stella alighted from the carriage. Domestic convulsions were her natural element. She came on board the family ship at such times like a pilot, and thought no bark could get safely to harbour without her assistance. She took Stella in her arms and cooed over her with a sound of a elderly wood pigeon. "My sweet girl, did I not tell you it would be so?" she murmured. "Oh, Mrs. Mulciber, you told me something quite different." "Did I, dear? About Mr. Nestorius? Ah, to be sure I did. But I was right, you see. I knew you were destined to make a great marriage. And now run and dress for dinner." "I've dined with my friends in Brum," answered Stella. "I shall have some tea in my own room, thanks." Mr. Nestorius had heard from Lashmore how the fugitive had been found among the dead, and how in that place of death the bond of union had been sealed between the living. He and Lashmore had talked gravely together for a little while, and then Nestorius had bid him a kind and quiet farewell, and had driven to the railway station on his way to London. "Will you not stay? Would you not like to see her?" pleaded Lashmore. "No, my dear friend, the wound is too new. I love her too well to be able quite honestly and frankly to rejoice in her happiness yet awhile. Years hence, when you are a family man, I may once more be your guest and hers. Old Dr. Time has an ointment for all wounds." Stella did not appear at the 8 o'clock dinner, as officious Mrs. Mulciber would have had her appear, accepting at once all the importance of her position as Lashmar's promised bride. She had some tea in Barker's sitting room, and was wept over by the warm-hearted Barker, and slipped back into her old life as naturally as if she had only left the castle for a few days' holiday. "Will you come down to the drawing-room with me, and be made known to my son's friends?" asked her ladyship. "Not for the world, dear Lady Lashmar," she pleaded. "Let me be just what I have been, your reader and amanuensis. Only love me a little, if you can. It is so sweet to be loved." Her eyes filled with tears as she spoke, and for the second time Victorian's mother took her to her bosom and kissed her. "I cannot help loving you," she said. "Yes, it is sweet to be loved. You have been patient and faithful to me, without reward, poor child. Henceforward give me love for love. There shall be no debt unpaid between us." Lady Lashmar dined in her own room, pleading fatigue as a reason for not joining her guests, and the downstairs party, freed from the dazzling splendour of those two stars, Lady Carmagnole and Mr. Nestorius, and inspired by Victorian's high spirits, gave themselves up to an almost rollicking joviality, which scandalized the chief butler and his subordinates. It was the merriest dinner party there had been at the castle since the assembling of the shooters. Lady Sophia and Captain Vavasour kept up a cross-fire of anecdote and epigram. Mrs. Mulciber cooed and murmured in her host's ear, telling him how she had admired Stella from the first moment of beholding her, how she had tried to win, and as she hoped had succeeded in winning, the sweet girl's friendship, and how she had seen from the first that he and Stella must inevitably be attached to each other. "The very fact that you never spoke of her, and that she never spoke of you, convinced me of it," she said. "That is an infallible sign." "I see. Silence is the great test. Well, I can talk of her now, and I feel as if I could talk of nothing else. But I must not be egotistical. For a man to talk of his betrothed is almost as bad as to talk of himself. He bores his friends just as much. Had you a good run, Lady Sophia?" "Detestable. A horrid ringing brute that kept us jogging up and down the same lanes for an hour and a half, and then went to ground. We dug him out, I'm happy to say." "I remember an old dog fox in the Campagna," began Captain Vavasour, whereupon everybody began to talk at a tremendous rate, as if he had opened the floodgates of conversation. They all knew that old dog fox, and the dismal long story he carried by way of brush, and they flung good manners to the winds. "What about Lamington's speech at Chester yesterday? Did you see the Times leader upon Snooks? What a success they seem to have made with the new play at the Lyceum, and in this wise they chopped Captain Vavasour's Roman fox." "Never again will I mention a fox in that man's hearing," said Lashmar after dinner in the smoking-room. "Not even Ben Jonson's Volpone, nor the great Whig statesman. His Campagna story is intolerable, and I believe he would tell it 3 times a week if we gave him the opening." "My dear fellow, he would tell it every day and twice a day, if he could get hearers," replied Ponsonby, "and I don't believe he ever hunted in the Campagna or anywhere else." A little later Lashmar saw his male friends amusing themselves in the billiard-rooms, while Mrs. Mulciber and the rest of the women were sitting round the drawing-room fire, deep in the discussion of the last big scandal in the great world, and indulging in as many repetitions of he said and she said as if they had been washerwomen. Seeing his guests thus content and happy, he slipped away and went to his mother's room, where he found Stella and the dowager sitting opposite each other by that hearth where Lady Lashmar had sat and brooded in her loneliness last night. He drew in his chair between them, and they three sat there for an hour, talking of the future, perfectly happy and at ease, and then he bade his mother and his betrothed good night with a kiss and a benediction for each. He looked in at the drawing-room, where the very same scandal was still being discussed in tones of deeper solemnity, and then he went back to the billiard-room and made believe to have been only absent 10 minutes or so. "How are you fellows getting on?" he asked. "What's the score?" "Only just begun. This is the third game since you went away. Vavasour has been licking me horribly. I believe he is a professional in disguise. In his new and strange happiness, so strange to a proud and self-contained nature, which for the first time surrenders itself to its twin soul and ceases to dwell apart, Victorian did not forget the poor, pale oracle who, by some mysterious faculty, had foreshadowed his meeting with his beloved. He had found her among the dead. Whether those scratches upon the hidden slate, so utterly unexplainable in their mode and manner of production, had but by accident hit upon a kind of prophecy, or whether there were indeed some touch of hypernatural power in that very commonplace-looking adept, Mrs. Minchin's protégé, Lord Lashmar did not take upon himself to determine, but in the fullness of his own content he felt a pang of regretful compassion for that fading life of the oracle and her dismal bondage to a hard task mistress, and he wished, were it possible, to do her some kindness. He drove once more to the gloomy old house on Thorley Heath, and once more was admitted into the dreary-looking drawing-room, where Mrs. Minchin came to him. Not a word did he say as to the fulfilment of a prophecy. He did not want to add fuel to the flame of Mrs. Minchin's lunacy. "I'm leaving Lashmar to-morrow," he said. "Before I go I should like much to offer some substantial token of my interest in your young friend Griselda. Will you allow her to accept this cheque for £100?" Taking a sealed envelope from his breast-pocket. "It may serve as an addition to any little provision which you have made for her in your will." "I cannot accept it for her, and I am sure she would not accept it for herself," answered Mrs. Minchin with an icy air. "She is above all considerations of earthly dross. She has no pleasure in the things that please other women. The world outside these walls has no interest for her." "May not that be because she has never been allowed to see the outer world, or to taste its pleasures?" asked Lashmar. "Do not you think it is a hard thing to take a young life like hers and imprison it within four walls, to let the young soul beat itself out against prison bars like a bird in a cage?" "Her soul has never been fettered," replied the old lady, fixing him with an eye that glittered, like the ancient mariner's, with an unholy light. "Her soul has soared beyond the boundaries of earth into the infinite of the spirit world. Would you substitute earthly pleasures, playhouses, race courses, dances, for such joys as she has known? She who has held communion with the souls of the mighty dead, to whom the voice of Socrates is more familiar than any living voice. She who has received the confidences of great spirits which have been ripening towards perfection for 2,000 years. She who has listened to Confucius, who has absorbed the wisdom of Buddha. But in the meantime her health has been sapped, her physical powers have dwindled," remonstrated Lashmar. "She has been dying inch by inch. Call it not death, but promotion. Every day brings her nearer to her spirit guides. They are calling her hourly. As her thread of earthly life wears thinner, the link between her soul and the spirit world strengthens. Her inspirations are more marvellous. No, Lord Lashmar, she will never need your bounty, nor will she need any provision of mine. Old as I am, I shall outlive her. If you do, it will be murder. Her death will lie at your door," said Lashmar indignantly. "You have no right so to waste a young life for your pleasure." "For my pleasure?" echoed Mrs. Minchin indignantly. "It is in the cause of science she has wasted herself, as you in your enlightenment would call it. She has dedicated herself to the advancement of psychology, to the etherealization of humanity, to the glorious cause of spirit against flesh. She is perfectly happy. She has not a wish unfulfilled. Let me be assured of that, Mrs. Minchin. Let me see her, and let me speak to her in your presence if you like. I should be relieved to hear from her own lips that she is contented with her fate." Mrs. Minchin complied without a word. She rang a bell 3 times, and soon after the third ringing Griselda entered the room. Her countenance wore the same expressionless and apathetic look it had worn before. She advanced to meet Lord Lashmar, and allowed her limp, cold hand to lie in his for a moment or so by way of greeting. She showed neither surprise nor pleasure at seeing him. "Griselda, I want you to accept a little gift from me, a gift of £100, which you can spend in any way you may fancy," said Lashmar, watching her closely as he spoke to see if she looked to Mrs. Minchin for guidance before replying, to discover if she were indeed a free agent. But not a sign did she betray her slavery if she were a slave. Not one ray of cupidity lighted up her waxen features. "I do not want any money," she answered simply. "But you are not over well, I hear. A change from this dull house to some pleasant, lively place by the sea would do you good. Pray take this money and spend it for your health and comfort. I am sure Mrs. Minchin will allow you to accept my little gift." "I do not forbid her," said the old woman. "She has other guides than me." "No, I do not want any money," answered Griselda, without the faintest expression of grateful feeling. "I do not wish to leave this house. The spirits come to me here. They might forsake me in a strange house." "But your health is suffering." "That cannot be helped. I have been told how long I have to live." "And you are contented, happy?" interrogated Lashmar. "Yes, I am as happy as I can ever be in this world. There will be a greater happiness, a newer, wider life, when I am free like them." Lashmar felt that argument was vain. He could but pity the young fanatic, and feel intense disgust for the patroness who had worn out that young life for the gratification of her own fancies and theories. "If ever you have need of a friend outside these walls, you have only to write or send to me," he said. "You will not forget Lord Lashmar, Lashmar Castle." "Then there are 2 Lord Lashmars?" said Griselda, looking at him fixedly. "How do you mean?" "There is one in the spirit world. Do you remember the second message on the slate the day you were here last?" "Yes. That was signed Lashmar. You were too excited by the message, and you did not look at it long enough to see the signature. It was very dim, but I was able to read the name Lashmar." Guests and host were all gone by the end of the week, each to his or her several destinies. Lashmar to make speeches in the endeavour to enlighten that great mass of the washed and unwashed, who were soon to exercise their elective function, and to return Whig or Tory as the tide of popular opinion flowed this way or that. He was to come back for a week at Christmas, and then he was to go away again and appear no more till he came in the season of woodland primroses and budding hedges to claim his bride. Lady Lashmar had stipulated that he should wait 6 months. He was to give himself this much time in which to be sure of himself and his own feelings, and he was to give her this much time in which to take her new daughter to her heart. "I want her to grow to me. I want her to be verily as my daughter before you give her the right to call me mother," she said. "And when once there is this bond of love between us, neither you nor she shall ever have cause to dread the influence of the proverbial mother-in-law. I have no fear of that, mother. I know how noble you are, and that when once you have accepted a position, I shall perform the duties of that position. Yes, Victorian, but in this instance I hope to render something more than duty." Lashmar was too grateful to rebel. He steeped himself in the political vortex, and tried to give wings to the days and hours which divided him from the realization of all his hopes. Lady Lashmar had a month of serious illness during her son's absence, throughout which Stella nursed her with unwearying patience and care, and day by day and hour by hour the bond grew closer between them, and the proud, reserved nature opened its treasure house of tender feeling. "Ah, Stella, my Stella, you have given me new hopes and new joys in spite of myself," murmured the dowager once in the deep of night, when Stella had been sitting for hours beside her bed. "After all, love is the one thing needful for us poor mortals in our earthly pilgrimage, the one star to guide us through earth's dark labyrinth, and in loving one another we learn to love our God, who has told us that he is love. Dear Lady Lashmar, call me mother, never again by any colder name." Dear mother, you have filled my life with gladness. I never could have been happy with Victorian if you had denied me your love. Lady Carmagnole had not remained in England to assist at the triumph of an obscure rival. She had taken advantage of good-natured Mrs. Danebrook being not so well to whisk her off to Aix-les-Bains as rapidly as if she had been provided with Medea's fiery chariot, and from Aix, when the weather grew colder, they went on to Montreux, and from Montreux to Bellagio, and thence to Florence. And in one of the noblest palaces of that favourite city Lady Carmagnole set up her court, and surrounded herself with worshippers and sycophants of the highest quality, spending Job Danebrook's hard-won wealth with a royal lavishness which enchanted everybody. From her Italian retreat, the Sultana of the Danebrook Ironworks held occasional communication with her vassals through her grand vizier, the manager of the works, whom she regarded as a particularly troublesome, officious, and pig-headed person, with a passion for giving unnecessary and even impertinent advice. I make it a rule never to take any notice of anything he says, she observed to one of her friends, a civil engineer, with whom, as a practical man, she sometimes discussed the prospects of the iron trade. But may not his advice be worth taking once in a way, suggested this gentleman, were it only as the exception which proves the rule? Oh, if I were once to give way to his ideas, I should never again be mistress of my own property. I believe he is a very worthy person, and that he understands the iron trade, but he is a horrid radical. The very air of Brum is infected with revolution. In the face of this calm and sweet-tempered obstinacy, the manager could do nothing. Vainly did he write his views upon the necessity of marching in the van rather than in the rear of progress. Vainly did he inform her ladyship of increasing signs of disaffection and ill will among her army of workers, vainly warn her of the peril of her fortune involved in this question. Lady Carmagnole was as obstinate as George III in his treatment of America, and the result was somewhat similar. One winter midnight the city of Brum was scared by such a conflagration as had not been seen under that murky sky for more than half a century. Men and women thronged the streets, strangers drove into the city from outlying towns and villages, little children were taken out of their beds and lifted up at windows to see the red havoc flaring against the dark of night. Every steeple and chimney shaft stood up out of the mass of roofs like a pillar of flame, luminous with the reflection of yonder fire. The great Danebrook ironworks and all their dependencies, model dwelling houses, clerks' offices, storehouses, stables, were burning, and no power of fire engines which Brum or the neighbourhood could muster could in any wise avail against the might of that gigantic conflagration. The fire had broken out in a dozen different places almost simultaneously. No one could doubt that there had been deliberate and elaborately plotted arson, and the traces of that crime were found afterwards in several directions, while it was also discovered that one of the conspirators, just a little less ruthless than his fellows, had sent an anonymous scrawl to the head stable-keeper, warning him to get his horses out of the way soon after dark that evening. This message the stable-keeper had brooded over for hours, and had obeyed only just in time to save his stud of magnificent cart-horses from perishing in the flames. The loss to Lady Carmagnole was computed at nearly £1 million. Mr. Danebrook had been his own insurer. The only policies upon the whole establishment were those small policies which insured the furniture of the operatives, and which Job Danebrook had always insisted upon, paying the premiums himself and deducting the amount from wages. Happily there were no lives lost. It was supposed afterwards that a signal of some kind had been sent round from house to house at 10:30, and that all were on the alert, ready to make their escape before the moment of danger. Deliberately, audaciously as the work of destruction had been carried out, the conspirators were never brought to book. There was a prolonged inquiry, and the police did their best, but among nearly 1,500 disaffected workmen, it was not an easy matter to bring the crime home to individuals. 7 men were arrested on suspicion, and a mass of evidence was brought together. Conversations held in public houses and club rooms were repeated in detail. Circumstantial evidence as to the purchase of paraffin and other combustibles was sifted and resifted. 115 witnesses were examined and cross-examined. The men were remanded and again remanded, till newspaper readers began to tire of the Great Danebrook arson case, and the result was nil. So the Great Danebrook ironworks came to an end like a tale that is told. Lady Carmagnole decisively refused to rebuild, or to hear anything more about iron. "If I could be grateful to those wretches for anything, it would be for this fire," she said, with her grand air. "It is such a comfort to think that I am no longer in trade, and that I shall never again have my carriage blocked by a hideous procession of grimy wagons with my name painted upon them." Victorian and Stella were married in Easter week. It was an early Easter, the season of primroses and hedgerow violets and wood anemones. Such self-sown flowers seemed most in harmony with such a wedding, an union of hearts that had grown to each other, unawares overstepping all bounds of rank and circumstance. Never was there a quieter wedding, seldom a prettier one, according to the few spectators who were all rapturous about it afterwards. Stella was given away by her future mother-in-law, who had all the imperial grace of a portrait of Sir Joshua Reynolds, clad in white samite Anglaise, in a large white velvet mantle bordered with white fox, and a white velvet bonnet with ostrich feathers. The tall, thin figure, silvery hair, and Marie Antoinette countenance were wondrously set off by that white velvet and fur. It was said that the dowager was a more interesting figure than the bride, although she looked lovely in her simple white cashmere gown and fox fur jacket and little white toque, dressed ready to start on her honeymoon journey to the land of Don Quixote, where Lashmore was to take her in search of a grandfather and a pedigree. He had shown her the copies of her mother's letters, and they had planned this Spanish journey together. He was to take her to all the fairest spots in that romantic land, all scenes richest in historical associations, and cities rich in treasures of art, and it was only, as it were, en passant, that they were to hunt for the traces of her parentage. They were saved all trouble upon this score, for within a fortnight of their marriage Lashmar received a Spanish letter, addressed to his town house and forwarded to him on his travels. It was from a lawyer in Madrid, who wrote to inquire whether the lady whom he had married was Jonathan Boldwood's daughter by his marriage with a Spanish lady, or whether she was the offspring of a prior or a subsequent marriage. If she were indeed the sole offspring of Jonathan Boldwood's marriage with a young Spanish lady whom he carried off from Madrid, and was supposed to have married at St. Martin's in the Fields, London, in August 1860 something, the said daughter was sole heiress to Don Xavier Olivares, merchant, who had lately died intestate, and who had left papers relating to his daughter's elopement, and letters written to him by her in the care of the writer, his legal adviser. Lashmar answered the letter in person, taking his bride with him. The Spaniard was an elderly man, and remembered Stella's mother. "There is no doubt as to your lady's parentage," he said. "She carries the proof of it in her face, but there will be legal formalities to be gone through before she can enter into possession of her inheritance, which is in various forms of investment, partly in vineyards and other landed property, and partly in stocks and shares." The formalities which appeared to be necessary to complete the identification of the inheritrix lasted nearly 6 months, and at the end of that time Stella became possessed of about £15,000, variously invested. "It is more than enough to renovate that old barrack in Grosvenor Square," said Lashmar, who was eager to see his young wife take her place in society, "and to buy an annuity for dear Mr. Verner, so that he may feel quite independent," added Stella. Gabriel Verner had been brought back to his old rooms in the castle since Stella's marriage, and reinstated in his post of librarian, with power to add from time to time to that magnificent collection of old books which had made Lashmar Castle famous. Lady Lashmar's novel was published anonymously a few weeks after her marriage, and more than justified the opinion of the publisher's reader and the admiration of that still finer critic, Mr. Nestorius. It was the book of the season, a book which a great many people read, and which everybody talked about, those who had only read the reviews talking loudest. The freshness of the style, with its passionate flow and youthful vigour, was curiously contrasted by touches of archaic learning, which set the critics wondering about the writer. Before the book had been out a month there were plenty of people ready to affirm that it was written by Mr. Nestorius, and some even went so far as to produce circumstantial evidence and proof of that authorship. Firstly, the book was produced by Mr. Nestorius's publisher. Secondly, it had leaked out that the proofs had been sent to Mr. Nestorius. Thirdly, nobody less accomplished, of less all-round cleverness, could have written such a book. There was, however, a small section of the reading public, chiefly women, who knew by a fine instinct that this story of passionate, unrequited love could have been written only by a woman, since only to woman is love the one thing needful. End of chapter 22. End of One Thing Needful by Mary Elizabeth Braddon.